So I'll just do the brief intro for the ACMS because I know a lot of people weren't here yesterday for it because everyone's come for today's open chats. You know, thank you for everyone for coming, especially early on a Sunday. It's nice and fresh outside in sunny Canberra this morning. So so I'm Adrian Franulovich, President of the Australian Computer Museum Society. We're a national organisation, but we're currently based in Croydon, up in Sydney, New South Wales. We have a physical museum in Croydon, and we also have one of the largest collections of rare, I guess, mini computers, particularly from Australian businesses. With a collection both in Sydney and also over in Perth in Western Australia. Charity was founded in 1994 by Graham Phillipson, who ran MIS Magazine, Max Burnett, who ran DEC, John Dean from the CSIRO, John Jerriman, who was he owned his own DEC service business, Anne Moffat, that's just to name a few. We have some key pieces. The collection is like majority is DEC equipment because of Max Burnett and John Jerriman, but we have a couple of special pieces such as the IBM 1401, EIO 680 analog computer, a lot of SGI equipment, IBM equipment, obviously all the micros, but also Data General, Novas and Eclipses. The ACMS was basically born out of a group called DECUS, who was the DEC users group. And there's a photo of the part of the display up in Sydney. As I mentioned, kind of heavily DEC oriented in some ways. We've got our digital corner. You know, the group, every weekend, every Saturday, we have workshops up in Croydon. People can bring their own gear along, or they can work on our gear to restore it and keep it running for future generations. This is an old shot from the 90s when some of the original guys were running the ACMS from a lounge room, as you can see. When we collect computers, you do whatever you can to collect those ones that you really want. John Jerriman particularly, he decided he wanted this VAX server and got a forklift, got some pallets, and threw it in the back of the car, as one does. And him and Max, they absolutely love digital equipment. His late 90s doing a photo shoot for the birthday of the PDP-8. I'd say it's the 30th birthday in 1995, with all of the different flavours of the PDP-8. There's the DG Nova and Eclipse and some other DEC equipment. And here's John's car. John was actually here yesterday, and you can see the number plate, very PDP-11S. So yeah, we've got a wonderful collection up there, and I welcome you all to either come up and have a visit or join and become a member. Even though we're not based in Canberra, it's $52 for the first year, $36 for every year thereafter. You're helping save this heritage for the future generations. And we've got some weird anomalies in the collection. This beautiful Australian software called Tongue Kiss Your Money from the 1980s. I would say that's why the stock market crashed. We also do a lot of events. So we've been involved in events in Melbourne, Canberra, obviously, and several events in rural New South Wales, which we do for educational reasons. You know, it's great to have a bunch of country town kids playing on stuff, especially something like the IBM Selectrics. It's just crazy to watch kids that are, 5, 10 years old use an electric typewriter. Star shot of the IBM 5150 on its anniversary. And once again, if you want to join up to either become a member, make a donation, or just simply join the newsletter so you know when events like this are running all across Australia, just scan it, sign on. Newsletter's completely free, goes out about once a month, and keep informed on stuff happening around you. So without further ado, we'll, welcome my guest, Sue.
I've got a mic, so we're all good.
Yeah.
I'm Kerry, and I titled myself electroarchaeologist. So I don't just seek out vintage computers, I seek out all sorts of things, as long as it's got electrical stuff, wires. I'm interested in it and want to open it up and find out how it works and where it came from. So yeah, that's me in a nutshell.
Good morning, my name's Darren Powell. I've been a friend of Kerry Richens since the early 80s. Grew up in, spent a lot of time in Canberra making music actually, which led to my involvement in computers, Ataris, Cubase, all those cool things. And Kerry made all of our speaker boxes and fold-back wedges and all sorts of cool stuff back in the mid-80s. And so since then I've been very heavily involved in computers throughout my life, and I started a thing 12 months ago in Bowral called the Southern Highlands Information Technology Experience. And if anybody's any good at acronyms, when people walk through the door of the Southern Highlands Information Technology Experience, I'm not sure if you can see that, but there's a whole bunch of flags, and I just welcome them and say, look, you're welcome to go through and have a look. It's all donations, and you know, it's free to enter, and you play with the machines. All the machines work. And I promise them nothing more and nothing less than a pile of old shite. Which is what they get to see. And as I said, all the machines, well, most of the machines work, and the ones that don't work,
I'm working on.
Kerry's working on to keep them going. There's a heap of stuff in there. Basically my history, my journey down the information, the information technology highway to hell, as I call it. And we have a lot of fun in there. So my core business these days is working on a grid stabilising hydrogen oxygen power generation system with a bunch of scientists from ANSTO and the University of Wollongong, and Air Commodore retired John Oddie is my wingman, and we're plotting and scheming on how to bring grid stabilising technologies to defence and various other places around the country. So all of this stuff in the Shite Shack in Bowral, as it's become known, is basically my history, moving away from music into other areas of interest with a long history to make impossible things happen. So that's me.
So some of those machines that you've got there are the very ones that you used for, so the IBM is your first computer ever?
Yeah. There's an IBM PCXT, of course, and it has the original Microsoft Flight Simulator discs from the very first version of Flight Sim, which led me to end up flying helicopters years ago. I got a helicopter pilot's license, and I've got every different add-on you can possibly imagine for the current iterations of Microsoft Flight Simulator on a machine with, you know, a monitor that wide and gigabytes of everything and whatever else. And that machine is now back at Kerry's place because it stopped working.
All the caps blue.
All the caps blue. So
Tantalum capacitors.
Yeah, so it'll recap a 5150 power supply.
Yeah, so all the old green screens, amber screens, all that stuff. It's a really nice display. So you're welcome to come and have a look if you like. And we'll be talking to Adrian about how we join the ACMS as part of a display as we go forward.
All right. Can I just take the floor briefly? The title, I've got a mic. So the title of this is Capturing the Past for Posterity, but I'd prefer to say Capturing the Past, ? Point 1 for posterity, . 2. Anyone else got a reason? Posterity is for the future generations. Any other reason we collect? Anyone? What's ready? Sorry? It's fascinating. It's fascinating. Fascination level. Anyone else?
Imagination.
Nostalgia.
Oh. So nostalgia is old farts reliving their past, playing with, because that's one of the things I love about it, is reliving the past. I'll just put one up, is money, selling computers and making money. It's not what I do, but...
Ian's right over there, come on.
Exactly.
The computer exists, it's honestly working.
So a living museum, working machine. Yeah.
Functionality, restorations, yeah.
Working.
What about redundancy for when, AI and the robots take over? We need computers that are not connected to anything.
And if you need a TRS-80,
Redundancy.
You called yourself digital archaeologist.
Electroarchaeologist.
Finding something that still exists but isn't currently running.
Yep.
Figuring out what it needs to make it run, whether that's hardware or software.
Yeah, it's a challenge, and I'll just say one of mine. Club benefits, men's shed style, being a part of a group of people who are interested in the same thing, and all of the benefits of that in terms of mental health for ageing populations, as well as the young people, is actually really critical. So I see the community is an essential item of life, and when you're an old retired fart, having a community you can go to and feel like you're part of is really good. So that's my one.
yeah. And that's what we've seen running the ACMS. It's you have all of these people that are interested, that didn't maybe have access, and don't still have access. For me as a child, if you looked at a VT220 and you wanted to play with VAX 11780, not exactly something you could just go and pick up off Gumtree or the Trading Post. Well, you probably could in the 90s.
Yeah.
But now all of this community has access to this resource to, they go from the information online, and we like to take them offline, because the mental health aspect is a serious issue,
Yeah.
especially after COVID. People stopped leaving the house. It's easy to stay at home, to cancel plans last minute. People are very flexible, but we're not getting out in community anymore, and that means we become isolated, and isolation is a terrible thing.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Kerry, someone over here said education.
Yeah, and that's a really important one. Educating yourself, others.
And I just wanted to say I'm really pleased to see from this. I'm trying to get my kids in because the varying success and nostalgia is not getting them there. I need to focus on the other things.
One of the
Because they didn't come up with it. So that's
Yeah.
something I need to focus on.
One of the reasons I said education is, and I have taught this stuff as well as been involved in it, look at a modern machine and they're an absolute miracle. Like you said, it's basically like flying a real aeroplane when you're on a flight sim, but you can't see under the hood.
Yes,
The
exactly.
abstraction, the layers of abstraction are so high,
Yeah.
you can't see them. My first job was honestly servicing mini computers that were as old as I was, but I was in my 20s. But you had a front panel.
Yeah, absolutely.
You could peek inside the rack. Like the CPU was all this big. I had an oscilloscope. I could see what was going past the stack.
Yeah.
Now,
So as soon as PCs started to have titles like hyper-threading, I just went, no, I want to address bus, a database and some handshaking, and that's it. So it's like it went, whoop, and I sort of went back to the past. So education is for others, but the one for me is the challenge, and self-education is when you come across some of the stuff I do, and like the Model 43 Bordeaux teleprinter is, I don't know, probably 5,000 parts inside just the print mechanism, and you pull the print unit off and spread 500 parts out over a stainless steel plate and scrub each one and take photographs so that you can physically put it back together is a serious challenge. I have done it with a complete disassembly of the Model 43, and I put at least 500 hours into it, and it was something that a retired person can do, and it's just enjoyable.
Also, in the vein of education and fascination, but slightly different, there's a discovery.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Rediscovery. So,
Yeah.
for example, when I sort of figured out at to see the decision making that was done by the original makers of it and go, they did that because if you chose any other way, it's just not going to work.
Yeah.
And that part of the learning is mind-blowing.
So, on that very topic, so when I was a younger and stupider, I acquired a Frieden 102 calculator, and it was being dropped in the skip. So I went, I'm going to pull it apart and play with the insides, and I stripped it down. This is a very long time ago, so don't get too angry at me. This is a very rare bit of gear. And there was just one piece in the middle that I just could not fathom how it worked. It was a magnetostrictive delay line memory. I didn't know that at the time, and it had me so fascinated. And I finally, a number of years ago, did a lot of research and found out there was a lot of stuff on the web that was just total trash. It was not describing how they worked. John?
In about 1973, the technical education system in Sydney, at least North Sydney Technical College, as it was then called,
Yep.
gave a course for repairing computers.
Yeah.
There were many computers, and a lot of the computers that are displayed here today, they have TTL logic chips.
Mm-hmm.
And they were repairable. But I was involved for 5 years to teach technicians in the evening enough assembler language so that they could knock up a bit of a test routine for various things or understand the test routines the manufacturers supply.
Yep.
And then use that with a Hewlett-Packard logic probe mostly to find what was wrong with the CPU.
Teaching people how to actually service these things is, yeah, critical part.
That's what you needed to do, but today that is possible.
Yeah, we've moved to the throwaway society a little. But yeah, just quickly getting back to the magnetostricted memory. When you dive into some of the things I've got, it's a journey of discovery. What the hell is this and how did it work? And I'll be getting into that with my little talk. When you display it and describe it to some people, like last year at the computer fair, had some uni students, engineering students, and I was describing rope memory, magnetostrictive memory, and what the difference between rope and just standard core was. And they're just like, they'd never heard of this stuff, and they were just like gobsmacked that we had to go through all of that to get to where we are now. And that's the fact, we had to go through it. You can't, that's very quickly, one more thing. You could throw $1 billion at a bunch of really clever people and say, build a mobile phone based on first principles, and they would not be able to do it. You have to use the past to be able to make the future.
Those who don't know from the mistakes of the past.
Well, not just mistakes, but it's arrogance to think, yeah, it's sort of arrogance to think that you can do something top level on first principles without using everyone else's work behind.
There's a fantastic book called Toaster Project.
Yes.
Basically, it's worth a read. Basically, a guy tries to build a toaster, like a $15 Kmart special, from first principles, and that's including digging up the dirt to smell the material for him. Read it, it's brilliant. It's this thick. That tells you how big.
So that toaster that he made is on display at the British Museum.
There you go. Okay, another reason.
Yeah, it's amazing. I've got a photograph somewhere of it. It's great.
Yeah. I was just going to say about discovery, one thing I've noticed in the last 12 months in Bowral is the number of young people coming through the door. It's all free. It's a donation thing, so it's not about the money. You know, this is just, I had room in that space. I thought I'd use it, get rid of all the stuff out of my lofts and shipping containers and make room for my Indian motorcycle in the garage and various other things. It was the most important thing, actually. But the number of young people coming through, teenagers, who they've got access to every game you can imagine, all the latest consoles and things at home, and it's a fairly wealthy part of the world, I suppose, so they're not short of anything, pretty much. They come through and they have a look. There's Street Fighter machines, there's Pac-Man, of course, there's Space Invaders, there's Frogger, there's all this stuff in there. The game that gets the most attention, bar none, and the amount of laughter that comes out of that space in the room is just worth the effort that's gone into setting it up in the first place, and that's the truth from young people, is Pong. Blip, blip, blip. They spend all their time just... And I have to go in there and just switch the sound down because they go blip, blip, blip all the time while I'm trying to work behind the flags. The amount of laughter, these kids, they just love this thing with this ball just going dunk, dunk from 1972, Alan Alcorn, you know, like the whole story. I've got the whole thing printed out on A4, you know, everything's documented and there's QR codes. You can go and find out more information about things if you want to, and they do. That's the most incredible thing for me, is just taking everything back to the simplest form of a video game you can imagine is the one that's the most popular.
I saw that yesterday. I just had the between the 64 and all that stuff running, and you saw these people our age. They just get the joystick, get down on their knees, and it was just.
It's a competition. The competition's insane.
Kids getting on there too and playing Montage and that sort of thing, and they're going. I said, "Who needs PlayStation 5?" You know? And all the parents are just going. Because you can only be software, but let's not get into that.
Yeah.
But I was going to say, Kerry was saying about discovery. One thing that I find, and I'm a little bit sort of a generation younger than like Kerry, for example, but so I'm sort of a home computer type of person. But discovering what you can make these things do, right? Something that wasn't even thought of, you know.
Like the demo set.
The demo, yeah, like someone sort of pointed out to me, you would boot sector games. And, you know, you had the old boot sector virus back in the day, like Star virus.
Yep.
Now they're putting games in the boot sector. And just...
Yeah, well, talking about what you can make the machines do, last Tuesday I have bookings starting to come in now, so groups will sort of send me an email, can we book in for such and such a day? Last Tuesday I had 11 people from the AI and cybersecurity group having a team building week in Bowral. So they're doing the wineries and all that sort of like Bradman Museum, and they made the Shite Shack one of the things that they would do on one of their days on a Tuesday. So they all come in, all these, you know, computer network nerds of the highest order, right? They left. A couple of hours later, everyone signed the guest book. They had a lovely time, left a generous donation. Every single machine had Hello World on it, a DOS routine. They'd written in BASIC, Hello World, Hello World, Hello World, Hello World. And that was about the limit of what they were capable of, I think.
In BASIC.
Yeah. They didn't have the AI tools. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It was hilarious.
So I've just written a few other things up here. Practice, soldering, debugging, fundamental electronics. Fundamental electronics is something I think we're losing grip with. And it's like we just buy shit from China my bugbear is sketches and shields instead of talking about C code and interface circuitry. It's like, what the hell are we doing calling them a shield? I get the principle of a shield is to protect this piece of electronics from someone who doesn't know what they're doing. But really, we need to get back to fundamentals of electronics and teach people how to do something simple like do either a transistor or a IC buffer on a bus and drive whatever you like without having to buy some little printed circuit board with a...
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Yeah, but education in the form of groups that aren't necessarily computer restoration groups, retro clubs, that like Kayleen here in Canberra has the Kayleen Men's Shed has Electronics Day, where the soldering irons come out and kids get to play with and build things, and mentors, old farts like me, can say, well, let's throw the shield away and talk about how to interface a bus structure or a pin on a chip to switch a high voltage circuit on without killing yourself or blowing things up.
The sad thing to note in that regard is that
dwindling, and
It's the design, the technology, it's all the design.
I think it's because we've moved, kids now are kind of pushed into software design, and they don't really understand what they're actually trying to control or achieve, because they haven't had these imagination, and there's no limitation anymore, right? When you were limited by what you could build on, you had to use your imagination to work out ways around the limitations of the technology available to you. And now there's kind of no limit, and so everyone's just becoming lazy in what they're doing, and the system is trying to push them down the route of, oh, write the next big app. And it's like, well, why not make the next big, kid computer?
In our generation, there were no computer users,
Yeah.
there were enthusiasts, and the only thing you could do with a computer was turn it on and program it.
Hello world.
Whereas
Yeah.
now, everybody's a user.
Yep.
Kids are assumed to be almost power users, or a lot of them aren't.
Yeah.
But
It-
being a user almost blunts your interest in.
It's no longer a tool. It's not a tool. It's a product now, and we're just selling a product. And it's like one of the worst things I saw maybe 12, 18 months ago was a billboard by a very, very large company that said, it was selling a new phone, and it said, get that new, it was a play on words, but it's like, get that new feeling. Like, it wasn't even buy the product because it's good. It's buy the product because you'll feel good from buying a new product.
They're tapping into this.
Oh, 100%. But I was mortified because this was, a leader in innovation in the tech industry.
Yep.
And they're out there now peddling a drug. It's no longer technology, it's a drug to kids. It's like, not even buy this because it can do something new, it's buy it because you will feel good when you buy something that's new. And we all get that, right? You sit there waiting for your AusPost delivery if it ever turns up. And yeah, exactly.
We had parents coming into information nights at school, and parents go, Johnny's good with computers, we must be because he spends a lot of time on them. It's like, you have no idea why he's spending time on his computer.
Yeah.
But my big takeaway to get them into our year 8 course, games design, was you want to take their interest in games.
Yeah.
By the end of that year, you watch your son prefer writing games than
Yeah.
playing games. Probably 70% of the kids actually
Yeah.
made that transition.
and then they can
That's
code
great.
anything.
Yeah.
Just briefly, I spent 27 years of my life in universities as a laboratory technician, starting out as a junior lab tech at the ANU, and the first microcontroller or microprocessor was the 6800 D2 kit, which we sort of were getting a grip on. What are we going to do in the lab with this? What's the point to it? And we actually did use some 6800s in some lab automation. And then the next best thing was S100, and we got North Star Horizons, a whole stack of them, and a stack of Tecma I/O cards, high-level ADCs, DACs, like 12-bit DACs and 16-bit A to Ds, and timers and clock chip boards, and we stacked the North Star full of that and wrote software in MBasic to do laboratory automation. So for me, having that background and knowing that we're coding these things to do unique things. So one of the experiments was plant growth chambers where you sandwich the leaf inside a chamber and you blow oxygen, nitrogen, CO2 over it and measure the leaf temperature and transpiration rates and how it performs with different levels of those gases. So lots of laboratory gear, infrared gas analyzers, gas flow controllers and stuff, and then a rack with a North Star Horizon, and every single control had manually operate, so we can test it, off and up to the computer. So flick all the switches up, and the North Star was in control of the experiment, and then it was up to, well, actually I did a huge amount of the coding to make it work, but not the coding to do the experiment. So the academic was pretty much saying, this is what I want from the modules you've written, and this is how we want the outputs to be presented. So all of my life has been tainted by by that experience that computers were to be used for unique applications, not just word processing.
I guess the thing that I'm hearing that sort of heartening is while there's a nightmare that they're basically just pedaling drug, which is true, but everything, so many people have said, but when you give the kids exposure to this, they dive right in.
Yeah,
Same-
absolutely.
Same with mine. So I guess one of the big things about a society like this, groups like these, is that's the bridge.
Yeah.
It's the access to that. It's opportunity.
Yeah.
You know, otherwise, what will they do? They'll be drawn to the things that are thrown at them in terms of advertising. And yeah, I want to play games too. I've got I've got a PC at home.
Oh, yes.
That I just prove I should not be allowed to grow up.
Gaming, yeah.
But at the same time, it's sitting right next to my rework station.
Yeah.
And a HP 85 that's in pieces. So
Nice. So I'm not a member of the Kaleen Men's Shed, but the Cooma one, and there are no young people in the Cooma Men's Shed. They're just old farts who want to sit around, drink coffee and play pool. On Tuesdays and on Thursdays, the lathes and the woodworking gear is up and running. But Kaleen, they seem to be on target with integrating young people into the men's shed and having. Are you?
I was going to say, in the UK, there's now about 4, I think, different museums.
Yep.
And they have figured this out to some extent, and their marketing and their sort of attraction now is focused on young people.
Yeah.
So they started off their lives as being appealing to sort of our group,
Yeah.
and being a repository for sort of our generation to go and sort of get hands-on and experience with stuff we've lost touch with.
Yeah.
But now they've moved and really focused on kids, whereas I would argue the ones I know of in the US, it's not that way.
Yeah.
When I, so in 2020, I got involved with the ACMS. Up until that point, it was almost impossible to become a member of the society. It was not, malicious. It was just, you had an older generation that were untrusting of a newer generation because they had this cache of incredible stuff, and they're like, well, people may not understand it. When I came on, I was like, it needs to be hands-on, it needs to be accessible. Last year, we lowered the age to join as a member to 16, and I think there was only one person opposed to that, but it's now seen this kind of wave of new people in, like, even just to show, we've got a 25-year-old he's learning how to code across all different platforms that he has access to in the museum, Minesweeper. So he's now written it for DEC, he's written it for the IBM 5150 as a boot sector game, he's written it for the Mac, and it's just great to see this kind of he kind of learnt how to write that app, and now he's actually challenged himself in how many different languages he can code it in to actually have it running on all of these different platforms. And it's just fabulous.
Reflecting on yesterday, which was a great day. And,
Yeah.
Actually, I'd like to throw a note in there. I did 4 different exhibitions around Europe 2 years ago. This is the equal of any of them.
Great.
In terms of number of
Yeah.
number of exhibitors.
Because it's great. It's all hands-on.
This is right up there with anything
Yeah.
that's going on in Europe.
Because, there's nothing wrong with exposure as long as it's the right exposure.
But I had a lot of people in there, maybe in their 30s or 40s, walking past who were interested, that they had their kids with them and they were dragging their kids along.
Yep.
Wouldn't it be good if there was something we could do in the way we tune and
The kids should be dragging their parents
so
along.
that
Yeah.
In 2 years' time, it's the kids are dragging the parents along.
Yeah.
The kids don't know.
That was the 80s, right? That was my experience. It was like literally dragging the parents through to.
It's really, we saw them yesterday, all ages, playing the games.
Yep.
Yeah, and
Kids love it. They
we
just
know
keep
from a
going to them.
historical sense that games are the gateway into the larger picture. I think games are the key to the lock to get their foot in the door, and then it's like you were saying, they start playing the games, and then you change them into how do we create a game.
Perhaps just more of, say, an organisational thing. A lot of the games were in that room. Maybe just space them out between, let's say, exhibitors, for want of a better term, and then that way the kids can be sort of doing this and mum and dad's be talking to you. Exactly, that's right.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
instead of
John?
just-
Oh, hang on.
Yeah, instead of caches of them, yeah.
Over to you, John.
I'm sort of wondering, I find it difficult to convince younger people, like my grandson who's just started studying IT, look at the fundamentals of computer hardware and try to understand what's actually happening in there. And I found back in the 70s when I was teaching the technicians, they didn't want to learn all about a machine with 4 registers like a PDP-11 or a Nova. So I wrote an emulator with a single accumulator on Neumann machine, control unit with this sort of T-structure with input and output and memory control and arithmetic unit, and built a language around that, which I called Ballad in terms of basic, was beginner's assembly language and debugger. And it had a full debugger with it. And within one lecture, they learned enough of programming to sit down on the teletype and write their first program.
How long ago was that, John?
Well,
How long ago was that?
that was about 1973. Right? So the
Yep.
first program was usually a multiplication routine. This thing didn't have a multiplier, just addition and subtraction. So how do you do, what's the simplest way to do multiplication?
Add multiple times.
What?
Add multiple times.
Add multiple times.
A loop,
So
I'm guessing,
we
just-
keep adding
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
multiplier, is it?
Yeah.
And increment or decrement the multiplier. until
Or
it's,
shift and add.
There you are, the question,
Yep.
the result. So they did that in the first lecture, and that was a great aha
Yeah.
sort of thing. And that was difficult to do on the real machine. But
Yeah, I can see that, yeah.
Can I
The thing is, later on, those guys, one of them was very interested in music, so he used this one accumulator emulator to write a program to generate notes of music, because they found if you put an AM radio.
Ah, yes, I know. We know all about that,
you
yeah.
could sort of pick up
Yeah.
the iterations of
The PDP-8 playing music through the radio trick. Yeah.
And within about 3 weeks, they had the program so that it had only the notes and what's the separation between notes?
Oh, the rests.
Right?
The rests.
Yeah, and they worked out a code for writing songs.
Nice.
That played songs for them, all on this emulator with 1K of memory.
1K.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
For what it's worth, I talked about yesterday was the amount of memory the Uticom computer had back in
Yeah.
the day, 20 years before.
Yeah, that was the first computer at University of New South Wales before it was called UNSW. Yeah. I'm just going to hand it over to Darren.
Oh,
You've
that's
got-
all right. I was just going to
Oh.
make a note about all things old becoming new again, because John walked into the shack. Was it a month ago?
Close to that.
First we met. John walks into the shack in Barrel, brings with him a beautiful PDP-8.
The PyDP-8. I.
Yeah, the Raspberry Pi emulated PDP-8. That's now set up as a feature in the shack, and we had was it about 15, 16-year-old kid in there the other day, and he's programming Python. And
Right.
and John basically talked him into learning C first.
Nice.
Because he's got great plans for his career as a programmer. But the interesting thing about what John's been working on, did you talk about immediacy yesterday?
No, we're going to do that in another interview.
Yep.
Okay, that's going to happen. Some software that John's been working on for a long time, but is relevant to our power generation system and our inverters and batteries and all the other power conditioning stuff that we're working on with this team. It looks like it might actually get a showing as a control system for our power conditioning, which is really interesting. I think John currently has one customer in Belgium running his house off this software. And
Nice to take it a bit further.
really, really interesting how this, well, just setting up something like the Shack and all the stuff you've been doing, of course, Adrian, is just sort of attracting like-minded people to a potential commercial opportunity, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
We're going for time.
We're basically out, but I just want to quickly do a bit of data archaeology.
Okay, cool.
Valid emulator, it's got 1K of memory, okay? And I took it as a challenge to write a reverse Polish notation calculator.
Now we're talking.
In this 1K of memory. In about 7 years ago, I put the whole thing onto a PC for my grandson. But unfortunately, my grandson is absolutely not interested
Oh, well.
in dealing with it.
So,
Sort of,
yeah.
what the Python is,
Yeah.
is what it's all about.
Yep.
So we're running short on time. I just wanted to cover, because this was about the challenges, etc., restoration, etc. One thing that we've had to do up at the ACMS is data archaeology. So much like Kerry, there's a lot of challenges when you've got older generations of computers as well, which not everyone is completely aware of, whether it be degrading plastics, liquefying rubbers, belts cracking, screens, vinegar syndrome, cataracts, magnetic shedding. That's one of the worst things that's occurring right now. And so we were doing a project because shortly after Max died, we found a box of all of his personal tapes from DEC with his speeches and other items on them. And so we then had to start looking at these 40-year-old TK70 and TK50 tapes, which were the original digital linear technology tapes. I had no idea, because there's very little information out there unless you kind of have lived through this, again, as you were saying before, living through it. So I had to learn from the kind of beginning upwards about serpentine tape mechanism, where you've got a tape that holds 93 or 297 megabytes that has 20 tracks, and the read head moves down the track all the way to the end of the tape, and then drops, and then reads it back, and then drops and reads it the other way. The challenge that we've had with DLT tapes is the fact that all of the hardware, which was invented by DEC and then sold to Quantum, is that these tapes are actually starting to deteriorate and shed. And there's a photo here somewhere of where you get these like literal holes, like bit rot in the tapes. And we can't, the way the firmware was written in all of these drives and operating systems, because this was designed for backup in the 80s and 90s, as soon as it hits a bad block, it just says no thank you, and it stops. It cannot read past it. And all the firmware is designed to read forwards, backwards, and it does that about 50 times across the head, and then it just kind of destroys the tape. The other challenges we've been having, and there's a lot of talk about this online at the moment, if you've got tapes, you cannot just throw a tape into a tape drive. There's this whole kind of routine you have to go about. So you've got to, first of all, obviously service the tape, make sure the heads are clean, that the mechanism's clean, that you get rid of all your dust bunnies, it's lubricated, etc. But the thing that we discovered was, and if you've ever worked with old hard drives, there's a thing called stiction. So if a drive hasn't been spun up for a long time, the heads and the mechanism will basically just stick to the surface of the disc. And if you're not careful in breaking that kind of magnetism or just physical inertia, the heads can just rip off. And the problem that happens with tape drives is you put a tape in and it starts reeling in, and you get this stiction on the tape because basically the tape has been sitting wound up very tight for a long period of time. And when the tape goes to reverse, it can't feed back into the other mechanism fast enough, and the actual tape loops back on itself, and it folds the tape. Now, we were still able to get data back, but once it folds back on itself, the tape drive has no idea what's going on. There was no routines written to handle any of this stuff. So you learn you have to start baking your tapes before you use them. You've got to clean your drives frequently. You've got to find parts and machines that can run these. You know, we've got one of our members here, Malcolm Wade. It's one of the only people we could find that knew how to mount and copy data off DEC tapes, because he's one of the youngest people that started with DEC in the late 80s. But, you know, now he's in his 60s, well, you know, late 50s, early 60s. Right. And so we're losing all of this. It's a lost art. So, you know, the amount of iterations we had to go through to actually just get equipment that was working, and to go through getting all this data back. And you can see every time we ran a tape through, just the amount of shedding that would come off these tapes. It was crazy. But what we were left with was, and this is just a couple of files, this was put through for a grant. We found original letters from a number of staff at DEC, DECUS, from various members of the ACMS and also Digital Australia. So like a letter to Keith Olsen, the founder of Digital Equipment, from Michael Chevalier, who ran DECUS in Australia. We've got speeches that were written about, you know, the entire history of DEC, all of their different products, the dates, the times, and none of this stuff is available online. It's all just buried on tapes. And so we're now starting to pull down this information. And as we started pulling down these letters and other pieces of data, we've then located people. We famously recently found a 10 megabyte disk pack, pulled the data down, worked out that it was from the CSIRO, and it had a name on it, Dr. Caffin. We started doing some research, and we found Dr. Caffin used to work for the CSIRO doing robotics using PDP-11 computers at their Textiles Institute in Sydney. He donated all these disks 30 years ago, and then was able to explain to us all of this data we found on all these drives. And it's just magical, because you start connecting the dots of what people were doing. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about that briefly, because it's one of the, you know, several dozen, if not hundreds, of challenges that we're all suffering trying to rebuild and restore these technologies. It's not just the physical hardware, it's about just the knowledge of how to actually make it do something when it's running.
If I can smash through my presentation quick enough, I'll be able to add a little bit of detail on some stuff I think is a little bit unique regarding relubricating of magnetic media, so that you can actually more easily recover data. So,
we have to stop Pat's turn now.
Pat, excellent.
Pat's going to be speaking on Amigas, and we've got Mr. Borthwick next door talking about sorcerer.
Okay, where are we at for time at the moment? 10. All right, so
sorry to push you out.
No, that's all right.
Okay.
Thanks.
Sorry that we all day.
I hope you can. Oh, it's pretty readable. Not bad. I was going to just punch it up myself and send it through to Adrian.
Hello, John. How are you, mate? I'm going to race back to Barrel and open the shop shack.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't got some time, but people who want to today. My presentation will be online after I do it through
so you'll be able to.
You won't be there, sorry.
No, that's okay.
And when we do those magazine articles properly, they'll get them drum scanned. For archive. Adrian, good to see you, buddy. Good to see you.
Is this a good opportunity to give you all this stuff?
Yeah, absolutely. Do you want to just leave it in the folder?
I'll leave it in the folder, but that's the pictures?
Yep.
That's the,
This one.
yeah, this one. There's one picture there with the drum. This is not, this is other stuff.
That's okay.
Okay. So I'll hang on to this. You have that. And
Thank you. I'll get it back to Darren.
yeah, I see.
They're having another session now. So,
Let me know. Start. All good?
Yeah, I guess so. Like, does it play audio out of your laptop?
Yeah, no, I'm just testing the. Seems to be fine.
Oh, sweet.
I think it's fine.
Awesome. Alright. Yeah, I'm good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before I get started, just wanted to say how exciting it is to be talking at the inaugural VCF Down Under. I just wanted to acknowledge our Canberra Retro Computer Enthusiast Club in terms of between them, with I think Keith and James, Mark, definitely Nathan, as well as the support we've had from the Australian Computer Museum Society and Darren College. All these parties have helped us run this event this weekend, which has been absolutely awesome. And on that note, really great to be talking about Amiga on Amiga's 40th birthday. Stolen this from our friends of the Retro Hour. Nice graphic around that. Who in the room would consider themselves Commodore guys? Yeah, a few of you, right?
Not a Commodore.
No, just and look.
Only an Amiga guy.
Yeah, well, and good question. So, I didn't grow up with Amigas or 64s, but what I would say is, I live in Melbourne, but I've travelled a fair bit around Australia at various retro events and all those sorts of things. And one thing I would say is that Amiga users groups, literally, there's at least one in every state, and quite often more than one. So in Melbourne, we've definitely got two. There's the Melbourne Amiga users group as well as the Australian users AUG's been going since they were selling Commodores. So like it's been around for a while. I know Western Australia's got two. There's heaps of Amiga users groups in every state. And even like places like Adelaide where they got a really thriving retro scene, they started off as an Amiga users group that's going to become more general now. So great to be talking about Amiga on its 40th birthday to such a passionate crowd. I am going to touch on this later, but what I really just want to start by saying is that the talk I've got, and this is a two-part talk, uses a lot of different sources. A lot of books, a couple of documentaries, and then a lot of online sources. In particular, and I'll talk about all these at the end of my part two, but in particular, Brian Bagnall, who's written 4 books on Commodore's history, is an absolutely fantastic resource, but I've leaned on all these in putting this talk together today. So I'm going to set the scene for this talk. And so the scene is Commodore have, for the first time, hit $1 billion in revenues. They've made 9% profit, which is basically also a record. And it's the end of 1983. And for some reason, Jack Trammell's leaving the company, who's their CEO. And so someone's interviewing Jack Trammell here and saying, hey Jack, are you willing to answer why you're leaving Commodore?
Yes. You know, I'm the founder of Commodore. I founded the company about 26 years ago. In the quarter ending December 31, 83, when the company has reached about $1 billion in sales, and that particular quarter was the biggest quarter for the company. We did about $431 million. Yeah. The chairman of the company and myself have disagreed on the basic principles how to run the company. And I felt if I cannot go into my office smiling and being happy, I better quit. I think.
So, anyone know what the catalyst was? So Jack's a little bit elusive there. He's kind of had a disagreement with the chairman, Irving Gould. Anyone know what that, so, and there were multiple reasons, but anyone know what the catalyst was for Jack leaving Commodore? I'll just, so it was fundamentally a disagreement on how Irving was using the company jet. And so Irving had multiple residences throughout the world. Yes, sorry. The pet jet. The pet jet, yes, that's right. And so Irving had about 3 different residences, and he was trying to stay in the US as little as possible for tax reasons. And Jack's like, well, you can't use the pet jet for, you know, your personal finance. You know, you can't use the company's petty cash, basically. And so they came to a disagreement, and Jack left the company. So there's probably more things behind the scenes there, but ultimately that's what brought it to a head. So, one last bit of background before we then get started. Perhaps some of you like Star Wars. Anyway, let's get started. just realised I should probably be using this, right, Kieran? So for those of you who don't like Star Wars and probably fell asleep during that crawl, in a nutshell, Commodore Europe are getting a little bit worried about a new computer coming out. Anyone want to have a guess on what this computer was that they were fearing?
Atari.
Which one?
Atari.
Atari? No. Jack hasn't bought the computer part of Atari yet. That's true, yes, and so there's a 16-bit computer that's emerging. Sorry? Good guess, but not correct. PC. Not the PC? Not the Lisa? No? Not the Amstrad? So you're going to laugh when I reveal the computer. So on the other side of the Atlantic, Sir Clive had been designing his quantum leap computer. And he was trying to get the jump on the Mac. So the Mac obviously were going to release their Super Bowl ad and, you know, for full fanfare of the Mac. So he announces the Sinclair QL in January the 12th, 1984. And it has a really impressive set of specs. So for 399 British pounds, it has a Motorola 68008, so that's a 68008-bit bus. Has 128K of RAM, 2 microdrives, 512 by 256 colours with a 32,000 colour palette and 8 colours, a multitasking operating system, and a whole bunch of, you know, software thrown in there for, you know, spreadsheet, word processor, graphing, database, and all nicely packaged up for 399 pounds. Yes?
Don't forget the other feature that we ship with.
Okay.
Buggy ROM.
And buggy ROM.
Yeah, because it's rusty.
Yeah, and it was absolutely right. I mean, they were doing this super quick, like, and obviously in this era, like, time to market is a massive thing. And so anyway, this is the computer that Commodore Europe were going, oh my God, they're coming for us, right? They were worried about losing it, the ascendancy that they built with the Commodore 64. So throughout this presentation, I'm going to be talking about different decision points, and this is a really obvious one given the topic. But you know, in a post-Tramiel Commodore, you know, Commodore's trying to decide what's the answer in the 16-bit era, and that turns out to be the Amiga, but we haven't quite got there just yet. So this presentation is part one of Amiga's Forgotten Futures. And really what this talk, both parts are about, is technology decision points for products and architecture for the Amiga throughout its life, but then also the environment at Commodore, because a lot of that is why things happened. And the outcome of these decisions, which then lead into the next decisions. So apart from like just flat out execution, one of the common themes throughout this you'll see is the tension between what is the target market for the Amiga. And so you know, whether it's a home computer, whether it's a business computer, or whether it's both. And really, that doesn't really make Commodore unique in that I think anyone who came out with an 8-bit computer, particularly in the home, you know, in the 70s or the 80s, probably went through this dilemma in some form because, you know, everyone could see that there's much bigger margins, you know, selling to business and so on, and so there's always this tension of who we're selling to. So in part one, and part one is, I'll just summarise as largely the 80s, it's Amiga before Commodore, not that much, acquisition and the Amiga launch, and then the home, business and the golden age of the Amiga. And then part two, you can see I've got quite a few topics there, the AAA architecture, multimedia, change in roadmap direction, and also Ombre. So the thing I have to put up as an absolute disclaimer is, even with 2 45-minute sessions, I absolutely do not have time to cover a lot of topics. So for example, the Commodore 65 is actually a very big topic while this is all going on. CD32 I don't even touch on really throughout this talk. Or Amiga after Commodore. So, so really, there's still plenty of things to talk about here. So jumping into the actual presentation now, and Amiga before Commodore, so this is Jay Miner and Dave Morse. So Jay Miner had designed the chips for the video and the audio for the Atari VCS, as well as the Atari 8-bit systems. but he had left Atari before they actually ever released a computer. And Dave Morse had been working as a VP for marketing at Tonka Toys, and you know, he would go into the places where Tonka Toys were sold, and he would absolutely see, like he could visualise the showroom floor in regards to the opportunity for a next generation console. And so he talks to Jay Miner and says, hey Jay, let's build something new together. And Jay says, absolutely, I'll come and develop a new chipset, but I really want to put it in a computer. And so, so they found a company called Hitoro, and a lot of other engineers that had gotten really frustrated working at Atari leave and come and join Jay and Dave. And really in the very early days, Amiga was, or Hitoro and Amiga were building joysticks and funny little balance boards and games for the Atari 2600 and also the ColecoVision. And really that was to serve two purposes. One was just to get money through the door, but really they were in stealth mode developing this chipset, and it was a cover for, hey, we're building joysticks. No, we're actually building a chipset for a new computer. But really, one of the main purposes of this slide is to basically mention that really they were already at the formation of Hitoro or Amiga. There were already two thoughts in terms of what are they building for? Is it a console for the next gen market? They were definitely aiming for a new computer, but I think they could have left to their own devices headed in a console-y sort of direction. Now, this topic here is covered brilliantly in Bedrooms to Billions, and it talks about really that whilst they're developing Lorraine, which is this new chipset, the Amiga Corp starts to run out of money, and so they take a loan from Atari to be able to continue developing the chipset. And Atari has been pretty, I'd say, calculated in regards to giving the loan. They're pretty sure that they're not going to be able to pay it back. And so they, in their minds, are thinking, okay, this will suit a new console we're bringing out. But also, Atari is also pretty distracted at this time. They're losing $1 million a day. You know, Warner Bros. Is losing $1 million a day at this point. And so, basically because the North American video game crash is happening pretty much at this moment, so no one's really buying that technology. So back at Commodore, with Jack Trammell's exit, Irving Gould hires a fellow called Marshall Smith. And Marshall Smith, I think, had a background in logistics or trucking or something like that. But while this is happening, an absolute exodus of people leave Commodore and join Jack over at what was called Trammell Technology Limited. It's not misspelt, by the way. He just went with the phonetic spelling of his name. And so probably like a third of Commodore engineers went and joined Jack Trammell at his new org before he then goes and buys the computery part of Atari. And meanwhile, Commodore is backfilling with people that are leaving. The management that they're bringing in have no background in technology. So in 1984, Amiga Corp is starting to shop Lorraine around to sell. They haven't finished it yet, but they need to sell it because they really are in trouble in terms of money. And long story short, Marshall Smith basically goes, look, we don't want to buy Lorraine, we want to buy the whole company. And then they pay way more than what Amiga is asking for. They say, we'll buy the whole company for $24 million. Amiga gladly took that money. And so moving there onwards, Amiga is part of Commodore. And so that leaves Commodore with three main engineering groups. So there's the traditional Commodore engineering in Westchester, Pennsylvania. There's then the newly acquired Amiga engineering team in Los Gatos in California. And then in West Germany, where they're doing a lot of manufacturing, they do a lot of, I guess, innovation in the field, skunkworksy type stuff over there. And so basically there's a lot of different areas where people are coming up with product ideas in a nutshell. And so Commodore has a massive sprawl in products, and really the products that they're developing are not necessarily being driven by the market. They're being driven by whatever the engineers think is a good idea at the time. which doesn't necessarily make it a bad idea, but it's definitely not market driven, and there's a lot of them. What's more is because Marshall Smith and the guys that he's bringing in don't really have a background in technology, when the engineers go, hey, we need a whole bunch of Sun workstations to go and develop this on, and we need some big mini computers to do this and that, they're literally asking for everything, and the management don't know whether that's appropriate or not appropriate, so they're just giving them everything that they're asking for. So, so really, after acquiring Commodore, Commodore acquiring Amiga, the question is, number one, how do we get this out to market as soon as possible? The second fundamental question is, are we then marketing this thing to home or to business or to both? And in a nutshell, because this is really after the video game crash has happened, they start to lean towards, okay, we're going to aim more for the professionals. So what they decide on is that they're actually going to sell the Amiga to more of a businessy market and less so like as a low-cost home computer. Now, the other thing that they started to think about after they made that decision was do we need to add PC compatibility to Lorraine? And for a couple of iterations of Lorraine, they actually did include some PC compatibility features. But really, because that was increasing the cost, the complexity, the time to get it out, they went, nah, we'll do that as an external solution rather than trying to integrate it into the product itself. So, Commodore launches the Amiga. And they launched the Amiga 1000 in July 1985. And either $12.95 for the computer or $15.95 for the computer with a monitor. And I think probably my guess is everyone in this room has a rough idea of the spec of the Amiga, but just to quickly run through. So 68,000, so Motorola 68,000 base machine running at 7 megahertz, 640 by 400 graphics, and up to 4,096 colors in ham mode. And then obviously you've got the strength of the Amiga, which is being able to have offload of video and animation and sound. And so, so supporting, you know, Blitter, you know, four channels of 8-bit sound. You know, a fairly nice GUI. I mean, if you think about the other GUIs that are around at this time, it's obviously the black and white Mac and then GEM, you know, on the Atari ST. But really the strength of the Amiga is in its ability to offload. So you've already got a very powerful processor for the day in terms of the 68,000, and then you've got this supporting chipset that does some pretty cool stuff. So the Amiga 1000 is announced to huge fanfare, you know, dangerous demos with Andy Warhol and Debbie Harry. And then after the event, crickets. It had a massive launch. People were very excited about the Amiga, but this is from Lemon 65. So if you look in 1985, first off, Commodore ended up selling 30,000 Amigas in 1985, and this is from Lemon 64 the titles on the Amiga 1000. Now, when I say titles on the Amiga 1000, this isn't a sample of the titles on the Amiga 1000. This is all the titles on the Amiga 1000. And so if you look at this, you know, you've got an aging Donkey Kong, you've got a couple of Infocom games, and by the way, I'm a big interactive fiction guy, so I'm not knocking anything here, but if you look at these games here, none of them are really showing off what an Amiga can do at this point. And so I would say at this point, the Amiga doesn't necessarily have any like killer titles out there. And then by the start of 1987, now this is a sample, like they go and make some like 70 or 80 games in 1986. But by the start of 1987, they've only sold another 50,000 Amigas on top of what they did in 85. So there's a total of like 80,000 Amigas out there. And to give that some relative terms, you know, Commodore sold 3.7 million computers and only 80,000 of them are Amigas, let alone the rest of the industry. So one of the interesting dilemmas that starts to pop up at this point is, you know, for people like Activision and Electronic Arts is, there's only 80,000 Amigas out there. Do we keep developing for the Amiga? Because, by the way, a lot of the people that are buying the Amiga, are they buying it for business or are they buying it for home? So it's kind of like it's a small market, and they might not even be playing games. And by the way, Jack sold at least twice as many STs by this point, and he'd probably say he sold 6 times as many, but like, you know, he's sold a lot more. So there's a little, so now in Commodore's developers, there's some challenges, right? Now, I don't know about you, and as I said before, I'm not a Commodore guy, but I used to, when I was a kid, I used to religiously read C+VG, which is a gaming magazine from Britain. So when I was reading it, it was always talking about Commodore 64s, Amstrad and Sinclair titles. I mean, it talked about other things as well, but that's what was in there, right? And I loved that magazine. Anyway, I remember flipping through it, and then one day I see a screenshot like this in an ad. It was actually before Defender of the Crown came out. But I just remember looking at the ad just going, oh my God, what is that, you know? And so Defender of the Crown came out November 1986. I'm pretty sure C+VG didn't actually review it for another 6 months after that. Probably couldn't afford an Amiga, right? But like, once you started to see things like this coming out for the Amiga, I think that's what really captured people's attentions. And, you know, Cinemaware, you know, that was one of the first real kind of, I guess, killer titles, at least in terms of showing off, you know, palette and everything else, right? So meanwhile, back at Commodore, Jay Miner is really, you know, quite frustrated. So Amiga's been bought by Commodore. They're the kings of kind of the home market, the low-cost selling market, and they don't seem to be marketing the Amiga very effectively. That, you know, the sales are pretty low. He's getting frustrated, and so he is starting to think about, okay, what's the follow-on to the Amiga, and he starts to develop a system and a chipset which is called Ranger, and the idea behind Ranger is really a higher-end Amiga that's got enhanced capabilities. And really wanting to take on a few different markets, but in particular, one of the things that's inspiring him is he really has the Mac in his crosshairs when he's thinking about it. So the ideas behind Ranger, it's a 68010, and it addresses some of the Achilles heel of the Amiga 1000, which is not having expansion slots. And so it's really expansion slots, SCSI hard drive, real-time clock, built-in LAN, a memory management unit, and really a more powerful graphics and audio capability. So what they're looking at doing is 640 by 400 flicker-free, but also 1024 by 1024 mono to be able to have, you know, the 2-page display to really take on that space. So Jay's thinking of an even higher-end Amiga at this point. And so, like, you know, what Commodore really need to decide is, do they want to get after the desktop publishing market, right? Or even beyond that, do they want to carve an even higher end niche where margins might even be greater to go after workstations? So this is a question going through. Now, this is the last year of Jack Trammell being at Commodore, and I'm not expecting you to read all this. So they're making $1.2 billion worth of revenue in '83 at 9% profits. Then you get to 1984 and they acquire Amiga. Similar revenues, but profits drop to about 2%. And then 1985, when they release the Amiga, they do $1 billion worth of revenue, so revenues drop a little bit, but they're making a loss of 2%. And so Commodore's really spread itself thin at this time, right? So if you look at all the things that Commodore were involved with and selling, so they had established lines, and this includes peripherals, right? For the Commodore 64, for the VIC-20, for the Plus 4. They've launched the Commodore 128. They've launched the Amiga 1000. Then they are starting to build other lines. So in the background, there's a C900, which is kind of like a Unix workstation that they've been working on in a separate part of the business. Commodore did a lot of innovation around LCD. So they were working on a prototype of a laptop. They had like a dual 1571 that they were going to release, which they never got around to releasing. So a 1572. They had a whole peripherals of the future initiative for things like CDs, laser discs for in-store kiosks, color LCD, laser printers. And then you look at R&D. I've written there optoelectronics as well as the old MOS, so Commodore Semiconductor. So really, they're doing a lot of things. And so Commodore is really starting to get itself in a little bit of trouble, like they're losing money. And so while they're selling millions of Commodore 64s, they are investing too much and there is no real focus. So they've gone from historic profits under Jack to really making straight losses. And it's getting to a point where they're having a hard time paying their financiers. So Irving Gould hires Tom Radigan, originally as the president of Commodore's US operations, really with the imperative of make Commodore profitable. We've got to find a way to just basically turn this around. Now, Gould at this point sells the Pet Jet for $2.75 million. Don't feel too bad for him. It's worth $4 million and he sold it to himself. Radigan really starts to do some painful restructuring. So they shut down their Japanese manufacturing. They sell the LCD division. They unfortunately get rid of 700 factory workers and 32 engineers. But then later on, as Commodore 128 and Amiga demand starts to ramp, they hire a lot more factory workers back. And then late in the piece, they decide to cancel the C900, their Unix workstation. So they're really, it's a sea of red in there, and this leads to them reducing their OPEX by 37%. And so after a while of this happening, Marshall Smith steps aside and Radigan becomes the CEO in April 1986 under a 5-year contract. So with Tom Radigan coming in as the new CEO, the question fundamentally gets posed, what role does Amiga play for Commodore in the future? Which markets are they going to pursue with the Amiga? And ultimately, by answering those questions, that's going to drive where are they going to drive products, how are they going to invest in marketing, what's going to be their channel and distribution strategy, and this is on the backdrop of Commodore losing a lot of money. So this very short clip just to talk about Commodore's traditional, homeland.
Commodore. And on this battlefield at stores like Sears, Kmart, and JCPenney, Trammell and Commodore are two of the biggest winners.
The home is the biggest market, and it will be the biggest market for the next 3-4 years. Because the American youth and the world youth is so hungry for technology that it's unbelievable.
Whether or not Trammell...
So just a short clip. But that's, obviously that's where they'd sold under Jack. That's also pre-North American video game crash. As we've already covered, they've sold 80,000 Commodores over a year and a half worth of sales. And so Radigan basically says, okay, it's time to segment the Amiga market. So we're going to segment the market and have focused product offerings. So they define two markets. One is for home computing and one's for business computing. So the home computer needs to be under $1,000. It needs to be affordable. It needs to have a user-friendly form factor, maintain performance and compatibility, obviously with the Amiga 1000, and emphasize ease of use. And then from a business computing perspective, it can be much more expensive, but it has to be expandable with multiple slots, ports for peripherals, hard disk options, support for MS-DOS, and promote professional software use cases. So when they look at these two markets, what Radigan decides on is that he wants to effectively have rival groups build different designs to work out which way that they're going to go. So in the home computing space, there's two key projects going on. So one's called the Amiga 800, and so this is by the Amiga guys in Los Gatos, taking the Amiga 1000 and trying to work on cost reducing it. So it still very much looks like an Amiga 1000 with detachable keyboard, this sort of thing. But they're trying to have this follow-up to the Amiga 1000 that doesn't cost, $12.95. Then you've got the Amiga CR, CR standing for cost reduced. So this is by traditional Commodore engineering, so Jeff Porter. And at a recent VCF, they were interviewing a number of the Amiga founders on stage, or Amiga found, a lot of people that worked on Amiga is what I should say. And when they got to questions and answers, you could tell the first guy's going to be trouble because he jumped up and he had an Atari shirt on. And he goes, hey, can you tell me what influence the Atari ST had? And Dave Honey went, none. And Dave was not the right guy to answer that question. So Jeff Porter actually admits that they did look at the Atari ST. They were really impressed in terms, because they were more, not so much to copy the design, but more just looking at what they were doing to have a cheap computer. But also the other thing that they looked at was the simplicity of it. So for example, they loved the idea of undo 9 screws and you can get to the motherboard more or less. You know, just it was a much simpler design. And so I'd say I think they absolutely did not copy it, but they did use it for some inspiration there. And so some of the things that you saw with the Amiga CR was an external PSU, power supply, wedge design. In fact, so both the wedge design and the removal of the right control store are two things to talk about just briefly here as well. The folks in Los Gatos were absolutely, like, religiously opposed to bringing out an Amiga that was in a wedge format. They felt that anything that was in that wedge, in their minds, just gave a connotation of it was a bit too toyish. And so they really wanted to have a serious computer. And so one thing that they refused to do was actually have an integrated design in a wedge. The other thing is they're very wedded to the right control store. They couldn't see a way where you could pull it out and still have an Amiga. And Jeff Porter basically worked out how to get rid of the right control store, which added a lot of cost to the Amiga 1000 design. So the other thing that he worked on was getting the chips manufactured by Commodore Semiconductor rather than having them externally fabricated. And so he went around prototyping this in a C128 case. On the business computing front, there were also two competing designs. So the first one was, and this gets a little bit confusing at times from Commodore's naming and history, but it's the Amiga 2500. Now, the guys over in Commodore Germany have been taking Amiga 1000s and then basically using the sidecar to then, so they've been pulling A1000s out of the case and then attaching using the sidecar port some PC compatibility features and putting in a PC case and selling this as a Amiga 2500. And so that was giving them obviously disk drive slots and so on. And then so Irving Gould was actually pro this, and that was being headed up by a guy called Henri Rubin in Germany. And then as far as Ranger goes, you know, we've talked about that being Jay Miner's idea of the next generation high-end Commodore Amiga. And so that was being worked on out of Los Gatos. And Radigan was actually pro the Ranger design. So the competition goes on. And so decisions for Commodore for Tom Radigan is, for the home, which one do we go with? For business, which one do we go with? Or perhaps do we have one for business and do we have another one for a high-end Amiga? So those are things that they had to consider, but they have pressures, right? They can't spread their investment too thin. They've got to get something to market quickly because they're bleeding money. And then the other, I've written sell price there, which is obviously very important in the home market. But then the other thing is that if, let's say, they're going to go after the high-end side of things, does Commodore have the credibility to sell into that space, right? If they're going to, I don't know, sell against Sun or Apollo in the workstation space or something like that, right? So in 1986, critical decisions are made. And Radigan makes decisions in June for the launch of the A500 and the A2000 in 1987. Unfortunately, they just missed the Christmas period. So the Amiga CR, Jeff Porter, I mean, this is not going to be a surprise for most of the room based on the lead up, but the Amiga CR ends up winning the competition as the home Amiga. And really, that becomes the A500 and the spiritual successor of the Commodore 64. And then despite the fact that Radigan really wanted to support Ranger, Irving basically says to Radigan, proceed as directed and go with the A2500 design for the business Amiga. And really, Irving Gould's motivation for this was primarily to get something out fast. It's ready to go, let's get it out. Jay hasn't finished his Ranger chipset yet. So then in terms of something that sometimes gets lost a little bit is Radigan was also pretty key in putting investment into CATS, which is a group run by a lady named Gail Wellington. And really this was supporting software developers for the Amiga. And I'll talk about that in a little bit actually. As a result of the decision around the A2500, Henri Rubin moves to the US and then becomes the COO. And then Westchester take over the A2500 design from the Germans. And instead of having this kludge in a case, they go, okay, well, we're going to design this and we're going to integrate it. So, which is really what the Amiga 2000 becomes. At this time, Irving Gould also hires Mehdi Ali from a consultant called Dylan Reed. So Mehdi Ali is consulting to the board, really helping Irving convince the banks, the financiers, that we're going to do these plans and be able to make our payments, basically. So he gets the finances back on site. And really, Ali is an axe man. So, and so what I mean by this is he's really coming in and saying, we need to lose this percentage across the board. He's not necessarily prioritising projects or doing things strategically, he's just saying cost reductions, right? And so in 1985, Commodore has 253 engineers. By 1986, they have 74. And they lose half the engineers on the high-res chipset, which was associated with what Jay was working on. High-res kind of then starts to morph into what we later see as ECS in the Amiga 3600. And then Jay Miner pretty much at this time leaves Commodore. They're not really aligned to what he wants to do. And I think as well, there's kind of a mutual parting of ways with a lot of the original Amiga staff. So on one hand, a lot of the Amiga folks feel very similarly to Jay. On the other hand, it's kind of a pain in the ass having these guys out in Los Gatos. Los Gatos is really expensive. And so there's intent to shut that down. So for the few Amiga guys that actually haven't left, they are asked to move over to Westchester, which a lot of them don't really want to do. So Radigan then starts to install his management staff across the company, and they really start to then just try and create alignment from products to marketing to sales. And despite the strong direction that Commodore is starting to have now, there's a lot of resentment inside of Commodore, because really since Radigan's taken over, number one, he's had this, battling, groups against groups and, the best designer win kind of thing. That they haven't really enjoyed this process of trying to beat each other up. The second thing though is, unlike say Marshall Smith, Radigan's really paid attention. So when they say, hey, we need all this stuff to create these products, he's going, well, no, you don't. Use this, use this. So basically, the brakes are on a little bit inside of Commodore, and so engineering are pretty much having to work to his direction rather than just go whichever direction they want to go with. But ultimately, Radigan's really brought Commodore back into profitability after 6 straight quarters of loss, and they're starting to now really get attention in the press. So as you can see, in '86, now revenues dropped from $1 billion down to 837 million and a 2.5% profit. And then 1987, 873 million and a 3.2% profit. So they're turning the corner. And it's a complex time at Commodore. So at this time, Europe overtakes, like they're selling more Commodore than the US is for the first time. The Amiga units are still low, but they're doubling. So they sell 110,000 units in 1987. So you've almost got a market of 200,000 Amigas out there now. And Commodore 64 units have dropped significantly. So they're now only selling about 1 million Commodore 64s a year. Still the leading home computer from a brand perspective, but in terms of, these are obvious, you can see that the market is shifting quite a bit at this point. Also, the competitive environment's getting pretty interesting. So you've got the Mac, which has found its desktop publishing niche. They've sold about 450,000 units in 1987. You've got the Atari ST, and so if you look at revenues attributed to Amiga that year, it's 111. Atari is claiming they've done 315 million worth of revenue. Jack was always a bit kind of even Commodore Atari was always a little bit boisterous with his claims in terms of the numbers. As far as PCs go, they're the established standard in business. But in the home, you're starting to see that estimated there's about 7 million PCs in the home at this point. And really interestingly, and this is really where you probably see the drop in 64 units, the Nintendo Entertainment System is starting to revitalise the console market. And they're selling exactly where Jack used to sell Commodore 64s, so they're in the showrooms of, you know, Sears, Kmart, Toys R Us. And so in 1987, they've sold 3 million NESs at $199 a pop. So that being said, Commodore does have its mojo back. And like they're really clear on their direction, they're turning a profit. And even though they've lost a lot of Amiga folks, the direction for Amiga is pretty clear. However, tensions are really rising between Irving Gould and Tom Radigan. Gould really wanted the A2500 because he wanted to get it out in September 1986, not February 1987. To the point where actually Gould has publicly stated, hey, this is about to come out. And then he's embarrassed when Westchester take the German design and say, hey, we need to rebuild this and kind of use Jeff Porter's cost reduction ideas as well and build this integrated design. And so he got really embarrassed that this all happened. So what's more is, as I was saying before, there's dissension in the ranks, and Henri Rubin, who's come over, is in Irving Gould's ear, basically telling him that Radigan is no good. And obviously, I've mentioned before the resentment in engineering overall. Actually, the other thing I wanted to touch on there is that also when they were announcing that Commodore was getting profitable, Radigan jumped the gun a little bit there and probably announced profitability before they were actually, like, they had to restate earnings and then they... Sorry, you're asking a question?
When you broke the
Yeah, I can...
What's Rubin doing mostly PCs?
So, depends on what timescale you're talking about. So, but not yet. But they had been doing a little bit in Germany. Gould was paranoid about Radigan placing his own management folks throughout the organisation, right? So he's put his people throughout Commodore, and really tension really starts to build when he tries to put his own people on the board, on Commodore's board. So this results in Gould firing Radigan. And so, so literally he was hired as the CEO in April 1986, and he's fired in April 1987. And so he was accused of disobeying the chairman of the board and disregard of duties. So Gould did not immediately replace Tom Radigan with another CEO. Really, you could think of the guy who was running Commodore US at the time, a guy called Max Toy, as effectively the de facto leader for Commodore at that time. And Radigan would go on to sue Commodore for wrongful termination. Yeah, no worries, that's plenty. And he wins that case a few years later for $9.2 million. I'm almost wrapping up, actually, so I just want to touch on a couple more things, not very much more. So Radigan's legacy, I mentioned before CATS. So you can see, and part of this would be that they're starting to build Commodores that are affordable, and part of it is their investment in CATS. But you can see these are the number of commercial titles that are available for the Amiga, or games. And so you can see, and look, the numbers are what they are, but 8 in 1985, 76 in 1986, 100 in 1987, and then it shoots up, and it's like 400, 500, you know, like huge, you know, so the market is huge at this point. And so a lot of that is really from the investment that they're getting in terms of supporting their software developers, everything from helping them work out how to productionize games or package games, but really there's a lot of investment in helping folks develop on that platform. Question out there, and I've got about 2 slides left, but Why was the Amiga more popular in Europe than it was in the US? Yes? Sorry? Yeah, excellent answer. Thank you. So I'll come to that in 1 second. So decisions for Commodore and Irving Gould, who's effectively the acting CEO at this time. What is our go-to-market route for the Amiga? In other words, they've picked these products. Now, how are they going to sell them? And so what's also worth mentioning is Jack had burned Commodore's traditional resellers and distribution. So he would sell a boatload of Commodore 64s into, let's say, Sears. And then because he's in this business as war mode, he'd then drop the price. And then these guys are struggling to make a profit because he's now setting the sell price of the Commodore 64 for either a lot less than what they're expecting or even less than what they bought them for. And so the question is, do they try and rebuild these channels after Jack's gone, or what should they do? And so they start to look really hard at what are our competitors doing. So Commodore marketing, and this kind of leads into your answer, Gould hires a guy called Frank Leonardi from Apple to run marketing. Everyone knows, I know you know what that is, the Apple IIgs. So Leonardo plays to Gould's desire to sell into the business market and be a bit more like Apple. So what he's fascinated with is Leonardi's ability to sell an Apple IIgs for $2,500. He's sitting there going, if you can do that with that, imagine what you can do with an Amiga. And so, we've already covered that Tramiel and his side of the fence. And so despite the market segmentation that Radigan had created for the two Amigas, Commodore US are really focused on trying to penetrate through professional computer stores. And so what this leads to is, the implication of this is, if Commodore can build an Amiga 500 for $230, and then they go and sell it to their distribution for, say, $460, their expectation is then it probably gets sold to the end user for $575. But because they go from, let's say, the Kmarts of the world to then the professional computer stores, they're selling them for $699. And so, prize to the fellow up the back, Commodore is struggling to reach the games market machine in the US, and exactly as you're saying, if you look at what the Commodore in the UK were doing and so on with the bundling, they really got more traction over there. And so by March 1988, Amiga had grown to 40% of Commodore revenues worldwide, but they could have grown so much more quickly with the right marketing and distribution. So starting to close this out now, and I just need to be sensitive on time. Commodore's dilemma at the end of the day, as I've kind of gone through this presentation, is really selling into the business or selling to the home. But really this $699 thing is really disadvantaging hitting the home market. So I would throw it out there, but I think I probably should head towards wrapping. But I think a question out there. I mean, does anyone feel passionately about this in terms of whether they should have focused on the home, business, or both? Like, does anyone feel passionate about that?
They should have focused on everything. University as
both.
Well. They were 20 years ahead of Apple.
Yep.
And they didn't know what they had.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think one of their biggest missed opportunities was that bundle they made with the 3000 UX and not getting into the Sun compared to the Sun 380 Hydras they had at the time, which is such a major...
I will touch on that in part two.
And just put Unix on it as well.
Yeah.
I know. I had to buy a Mac, I couldn't afford an Amiga 4000.
All right, for the sake of time, I'll keep moving, but I would have loved to have spent more time on this particular point.
Sorry I was late.
No problem at all. So the other thing that's worth noting is around about this time, there's a different force that's starting to grow inside of Commodore. The PC is starting to become a bit more capable. So if you look at VGA, which is coming out in 1987 with the PS2, suddenly you're getting more colours for obviously no animation capabilities, but you're getting more colours in PC games. Sound cards are really, particularly in about 1989, are starting to get popular with PCs. And so PCs are starting to get more capable. So by the end of the 80s, the Amiga is still cost competitive, And 1989 sees 750,000 Amiga sales that year. But really, Commodore have to decide, you know, what is the most profitable direction for Commodore, right? And you know, it doesn't mean it's not the Amiga, but it's just that they are starting to think about this. So that's the end of part one. In part two, as I mentioned before, I'll be covering off AAA, multimedia. I'll hit a little bit on, very briefly on your suggestions around OEMing to Sun. And then I'll also cover off Ombre. But that's it. That's it for part one. So thanks, everybody.
Next up is Kerry doing his talk, which is always really entertaining. So you get to go to the toilet, go and drink or something. Back to
Stupid brain.
Then right at 12 o'clock, we've got the keynote by David Pleasant. Photographs
I'm going to leave this here if that's okay.
what that's been talking about. So I've already watched that.
That's 50 years ago. Yeah. I should have just.
That's in this one.
No, David, he was going. There's another show in Cambridge which well, he's got he sent me he did a video last week. Dan.
So the next talk is here, is it?
Yeah.
Is that Kerry?
Yeah.
Okay. He was in the technical part of the building.
Can I get some lifty people to help me just move those things over to the front here?
How much lifting people do you need?
My back is killing me, so
So where do you want it to go?
just up the front with those other tubs there.
Oh, to do both.
One's easy, someone else
I
probably.
got the easy one, did I? Really?
Well, yeah.
Thank you.
Get most of my bifocals.
Does work.
Thank you. Metropolis.
Oh, yeah, I like the ambience.
Metropolis.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, that thing
A classic.
comes up.
As most creative things are. Oh, just from a photographic perspective, it's just great. Great lenses.
I like the Star Wars segment. I was in Hollywood when the first Star Wars film came out, the first flick, and saw it in Hollywood. That
Cool.
was amazing.
Yeah, I got to see it at the University of Sydney, the Footbridge Theatre, I think, or wherever it's called. And I was doing my honours in theoretical chemistry. And Star Wars fit perfectly. And I had a mint condition of silent running. I stole a silent running poster for those who know the history of science fiction.
You're better off using the handheld, to be honest. What happened to the...
Anybody recognize silent running? There's a 2001 Space Odyssey, a few people who worked on that.
Do you want to use this or you want to use the other one?
Further, I don't mind.
Can't see it.
They had more of a story than 2001. Although it was low budget.
Oh,
Kind of a story. Lots of special effects. Something like that. Something like that, yeah. I need to do something in the game area.
Hello.
away from...
I just want the aircon off because it's too hot. I'm going to burn up. That's better. Does my connect button. All right. My fancy tech. Yeah, that doesn't work. One moment, please. Ah, there we go. That'll work now. Or will it? Connect button. No, it doesn't work. I'll just use that. Okay. So, oh. One moment, please. I don't want this to be a show and tell, but I'm going to be showing and telling a lot. Sorry, everyone. I'll get away from the speaker in a moment. So this might not initially look like a discussion for computer people, but it really is, and I want to stress the concept of the evolution of information technology and where we came from so that we can have one of these in our pocket. Where we came from starts in 1650. Alrighty, so I'm not going to have time to go over a number of things associated with information technology, and I'm starting with the start of the Industrial Revolution. IT is a bunch of rocks on the ground, if you like, pointing somewhere. So I might briefly talk about this stuff, but that's not where I'm focusing. So I just want to ask a question. The term, who invented it? Was it the guy who thought of it first, the rich guy who patented it, the guy who made a working prototype, or the person that put it to market success?
Scientist, engineer, business person,
or a lawyer?
Yeah, you got it. Maybe it's all of them.
Yeah, so...
Definitely not the lawyer.
So this is a conundrum that we're going to work through. So IT, simply collecting, storing, processing, dissemination of the information and the processed data. That's my take on it, and we'll talk more about it later if you want to talk about something in a slide, we'll talk about it after, and we'll go back to the slide because I've got to smash through the first lot before we get to the really cool stuff. So, the scientific method, Francis Bacon, by 1650, he had covered a lot of ground in philosophy and religion and science, and he's the guy who basically made the scientific method a thing, where we observe, my version is observe, hypothesize, test and repeat until we get it right. And I really, really like the fact that who better to have a patron of science than a guy with a surname Bacon?
You're making me hungry.
That is so cool. Okay, so in the scientific method, these guys were on the cusp of it. Galvani was, that's Galvani up there. He was a little bit, he made stuff up. It wasn't really following the scientific method, but these guys really key to electricity and electronics and magnetism, which is the stuff that I am personally interested in. Electroarchaeology is me delving into the, not just computing, but anything with wires. So early laboratories were often material science labs to try and get a grip on this thing called electricity, and it started with sulfur and electrostatics and moved from there, and electrochemistry. So the Industrial Revolution is the thing I want to talk about, how we got to where we are and what the Industrial Revolution has to do with it. So Wikipedia and a lot of other sources basically talk about the Industrial Revolution as clothing, mass-producing things for the masses like fabrics, textiles and transport. But what it really did, in my opinion, is it helped understand material science, refining manufacturing processes so that things like the 1936 teleprinter with thousands of tiny little components could actually be made. So new and better machinery to actually build the stuff. So very briefly, electric motors are a fairly key element. And this thing here, can anyone see something wrong with that electric motor? Something really fundamentally horrible about that design. Well, it was a two-phased motor and it didn't know which way to go when it started. It was horrible.
Need to be pushed up.
So in 1888, Tesla was granted the patent for it and it was a complete failure, piece of shit, to be sure. Yeah, 2 years later, in another country, this guy had already been working on motors and he invented the three-phase induction motor, which is what we see today. Westinghouse paid Tesla $170,000 for his two-phase patent, and they paid Michael von Dabrowski $1,000 for his patent. And there's a lot of fairly reliable sources that basically, if anyone watched the movie Tesla versus Edison, basically Tesla was a flamboyant person who made big sparks and talked up a storm, but very few of his patents actually amounted to a real product. We can argue Tesla all we like later.
So it was like Bill Gates.
Yeah, flamboyant. So Edison's response to the DC-AC war, which we're not talking about, was to make this thing here. Sorry. Here's a sample I prepared earlier. The universal motor. It could run on AC or DC, and well, he basically said it could run from 63 volts right up to 240 because it was typically in a lot of the equipment like the Edophone, dictaphone machines, it was typically sighted alongside a really big resistor. And you just slide the thing until the thing approaches the correct speed, then you bump it a little more so it's up to speed, above the speed, and then the friction governor brought it back down to a regulated speed. So if you get it right within 10%, it's actually on target and working. So he called it the Econowatt, and it's probably the most inefficient motor ever. But it was versatile. It could be used in on the telegraph lines with battery powered for telegraph machines and all sorts of stuff. So I think a lot of credit to Edison for going, I'll make one that works on DC or AC. So phase two of the Industrial Revolution, like I said, I'm going quickly through it, is applied science developing enabling technology to make working prototypes. So a vacuum tube is not a product that you can just go, oh, I want a vacuum tube. It's a product to make other things possible. So we've got the development of enabling technology, then people actually making something that could go to market. And then we've got patents, market research, marketing, raising revenue. And just occasionally, there's a few examples in here, sometimes they can be all three. And they're the ones that usually rise to the top. So we'll talk about them in a tick. Yeah. So some of the IT gurus I see, Thomas Edison, and this is what a lot of people think they're famous for. Alexander Graham Bell telephony, Samuel Morse telegraphy, Emile Bordeaux, Marconi and Herman Hollerith. So they're the IT gurus pre-computing, in my opinion. There are more. Really fascinating story about Samuel Morse. So developed the telegraph 1832 to 1835. He co-developed Morse code. He worked on it with others. But at 41 years old, he was already a professor of painting and the arts at New York University. So that was his life. And then on a ship, travelling somewhere, I don't know where, he met a guy who said, hey, there's this new tech, electromagnetics, and there's no application that he could think of, but here's this coil that you can pull bits of metal towards it, and isn't that cool? There's this unseen world of magnetic fields. And Samuel Morse, my bad, went, oh, we can do something really cool with that. So he patented a Morse code setup, and this is a photograph from his original patent. And this is the Morse key, and that's the Morse receiver. Can you see anything special about that as opposed to a typical telegraphy Morse key, which is like that? Can you? Oh, by the way, I got my 10 words a minute qualification on that key. Can you see anything special about his Morse key? There's a crank handle and a tray that moves along where you can insert these little modules. It was an automatic code sender. Programmable serial. And he used a counterweight to drive a bunch of gears and a governor to drag paper over a little pen, and the coils are up here making it, I don't know which way it went, that would have made sense to go that way rather than that way, but anyway, there you go. The first Morse code was proposed as an automated system, none of this.
So how many boards would that be?
Well, it'd be two boards. But right through to the era of World War II.
You love hardware.
I love it. I bought this from the Canberra Region Amateur Radio Club before they were the Canberra Region Amateur Radio Club in the Griffin Centre 30-something years ago, before I was a ham radio operator, and got it going. It's basically a system of recording Morse code from radio or a telegraph line, so that you didn't, if you missed something, you could just go back to the tape and decode it later. So, yeah, really fascinating that his proposal was an automated system way back then. Now, in 1848, this is just a quote from the wiki. He explains how he had to fight vigorously to defend the fact that he invented this thing called telegraphy. So Leonard Gale, who helped Morse actually make this work, he came up with the idea to improve the performance of Morse code in terms, or of telegraph in terms of extending the range by making a relay. So we've got a coil, a battery, and a Morse key, and a long piece of wire, and this is the Earth. So a single wire, and planet Earth is the return. So it looks like it should just work straight up, but this is an inductor, and if you know, when you engage an inductor in that circuit, the actual magnetic field, amongst other things, looks like that. So if you're keying inside this zone here, the coil better engage at that point, or the coil's just going instead of clonk, clonk, clonk. So, some really fascinating things. One is, well, you just break the line and put another battery in here with a relay contact and another coil there. So we've halved the line length. But that's not the whole story about the best way to improve the performance. And of course your earth stakes and all that sort of stuff. So this guy invented one of these. It's the relay. So it's about taking a signal from here and relaying it to the next link. So this was highly tuned, very sensitive relay that you could tweak to get a range extension. So they first got it to go 16 kilometres without the relay, and then 61 kilometres. I don't know how many relays. I couldn't find documents that said how far. So they demonstrated in 1844, and in 1845 the Magnetic Telegraph Company was formed. So we'll get back to telegraph and stuff, but what else did Alexander Graham Bell do? Well, he's famous for telephony, but he was actually more interested in technical aids for the hearing impaired than making a telephone. He was a really noble guy. And regarding the telephone, Western Union, they buy patents from Edison for a little telegraph receiver, and I can't remember her name and I didn't look it up. And then challenged Bell Telephone to say, we own the patents to telegraph, which has an overarching ownership of telephony. So they fought Bell for a year. This is Western Union, you know, the Cowboy and Indians movies where they're putting a telegraph line along the train tracks and they're evil, nasty people. I get a feeling that they are a bit sort of hardcore. Anyway, they fought for a year, failed Bell defend their patents, and then they formed a fake company and fought for 2 years to try and run Bell broke so that they could just carry on their merry way. And Congress got involved and they went, nah, Bell Labs own the patent. So had to fight tooth and nail for that. We'll get back to Bell Labs in a tick. We won't, right now. So I'm a bit out of sequence here. 1881, the Volta laboratory, Volta had been dead for 50 years or something, joined the Bell Labs, formed the dictaphone company in 1887, and they made their own patents. Sorry about the feedback. They were the people who actually patented and made Edison's voice playback thing a reality. This isn't the first model, but this is Bell Labs made a working product. So Edison's always talked of as the guy who invented sound recording, but Bell Labs made a working product that could actually go to market. And this thing, only electrical components, a motor, a resistor, and they designed their own universal motor with their own patents and a vibrator coil to limit current. So if the magnetic field goes too high, it starts vibrating, generates huge amount. This would not be EM compliant back in these days. This thing is like a spark generator. Anyway, so Bell Labs did that. Why am I out of sequence? We're going to just quickly go to Émile de Bordeaux, the Bordeaux Code in 1870. So this guy is responsible for both time division multiplexing concept he TDM'd 3 Bordeaux signals over a single wire because the sending rate was much lower than the capacity of a single wire that enabled him to do that. So digital encoding, he came out with the Bordeaux code. Now the funny thing about the Bordeaux code is that he intended that it be a manual thing with these 3 fingers here and these 2 fingers here would press upon the keypad and you had to memorise, and I don't know why the original code sequence is like this. It's a bit funny. Some of the characters are in the wrong place.
It's not ASCII.
No, it's definitely not ASCII. So Y is up here instead of down there. So I just wrote them in sequence and then put Morse beside it so I could try and work out if there was some sense, rhyme or reason. I can't figure it out for myself. But you had to memorise, so A would be that finger, and this device would have had a set of wire contacts and then deeper down a single contact, so that once you've got your code in, you press it further and then set a little motor in motion and spun around 1 revolution and sent it out as serial data over the telegraph line. I don't think I've got a photograph here, but the receiving device was a bunch of coils that synchronised and flipped little needles left or right, and the person reading the Bordeaux telegraph signal would go flip, okay, 1011, and then write it down and then wait for the next character. It was obscene. Now, in 5 bits, there's not enough room for numbers and characters. Yeah. So if you are typing text and you need to send a number, you have to press a figures button, press button 5, and then proceed with your numbers, and then you have to remember to press button 4 and proceed with text, or the receiving system, be it a person or automated, all they're seeing is garbage.
Encryption.
It's just total garbage. They go, oh crap, the guy's forgotten to push the letters button, this must be text. And it's too late, they've lost it. So, so this is a horrible concept for computing. And yet, the Harwell Witch Decatron computer, which is on display at Bletchley Museum, is one of the computers back then that used Bordeaux as their code loader. Well, sorry, they used the 5-bit machine as their code loader and Bordeaux as their output printer. So the printer was sent text in Bordeaux, but I don't know. I suspect that the code loader, they probably sent a number of 5-bit codes and it was interpreted completely unrelated to Bordeaux. It was probably something else.
Yeah. The Renfrew change input was Bordeaux code. With the Siemens teleprinter.
Oh yeah, the Siemens teleprinter is definitely Bordeaux, but I'm saying that the tapes that they created might have been coded specifically for machine code for the Harwell Witch, for example. So, but again, if the computer is printing and it sends all the characters missed, the letters or figures character, then everything coming out on the printer is garbled. This is the same for telegraph or computing. And by the way,
Enigma code.
And it's an Enigma. Yeah, there were a number of other machines that used them. So I said that already. So getting back to Thomas Alva Edison, in 1877 he got his engineers to make the thing he thought of. So it was his idea. He's not just saying, hey, make something cool. He thought of, got a bit of mass here so that the crank handle could just run nice and evenly without being jerky, and recorded his first audio on a tin foil thing in depression, not sideways wiggle like a record player. And here's the crazy bit. Shortly after he successfully did The Mary Had a Little Lamb, I think it was, he said it won't amount to anything more than a novelty. And he parked it. Yeah, that's exactly it. He's just like, nah, it's just a novelty, park it. But he did file the patent. And then in 1887, 10 years later, a record player company making the gramophone as we know it today was formed. So 10 years, obviously there was a patent item in the patent here that they had to wait for. And then in 1896, Edison acquired the phonograph company and started making them. 1908, this is a long time later, Edison Business Phonograph Company was formed. And if we look at the dates, Edison knew that his foil was a piece of crap. It was a great demonstration, a concept thing, but he had to use the Bell Company's wax cylinder concept to actually make dictaphones. So I'll get some more feedback going on. So here's one of Edison's wax cylinder dictaphones made after the Bell Labs had successfully made quite a few. Now I haven't got the reproducer here. It's on one of my other ones at Darren Powell's Shite Shack in Barrel. But I quite like it, this machine. You've got, it's almost like an old version of cut and paste. So this is a mark in, mark out for a piece of paper that went alongside the cylinder off to the secretary who would type it up. So there would be little cut marks on the paper saying cut in, cut out. Yeah, that's right, you got it, cut and paste. What's really cool about the Edison and Bell Labs dictaphone is the simplicity. Incredible. So we've got a wax cylinder, and let's say it's spinning that direction. If you drop the needle down here, it's trailing, so the needle bumps up and down and creates audio via a diaphragm. Diaphragm, closed chamber, and then we're off to that. But if you put the needle here, as it's moving around, it cuts into the wax instead of trails, and now we've got record playback is as simple as this little lever here, record, off, record, off, playback. It just goes, moves the needle back or forward.
Could you raise the wax?
Oh, yeah. No, this mechanism raises the needle,
but
pulls
you
it.
have to put a new wax cylinder.
Ah, well, this is. It's a little trickier than that. So obviously, if you've recorded onto, you can't just record over it again. Well, what they did was they made a thing called a skimmer, and you could get, I think, 20 uses out of it. So they had basically a drive mechanism and this little slide rail with a really sharp blade that just touched the surface, slide it across, skimmed off the voice, and then you could start again. So a wax cylinder could be used multiple times. Wax, by the way, is stearic acid. They're those candles you can buy from IKEA, and they dissolve aluminium in sodium hydroxide and mix that with the stearic acid, and it gives you what's called brown wax, which is hard enough to do audio recordings. All right, so I could talk for hours about just one thing. There's such cool tech. So we're just going to skip to Herman Hollerith in 1890. Yeah, so punch card evolved into something it was never intended for. It wasn't intended to write lines of Fortran code on. It was. Who said that?
I did.
Yeah, okay. Hollerith basically said we can have data sets and we can have applications specific to a single point on the card, where if this bit is a 1, the card zips down and falls into this tray, and this counter tabulates it. And if that bit's a 1 there instead of a 1 there, then it'll fall into that tray. You could configure it to suit your application. So this idea of a single line of Fortran code was pretty much afterthought. Though, as an afterthought, it lasted for a hell of a long time. So I was scratching around in my shed, trying to find some cards. Yep. And I've acquired stuff for a very long time. This deck here is titled F111 Takeoff Flight Data. So this is the data set when they were first qualifying the F111s for landings on certain airports. So there's another one here. You know where these come from, don't you, Carl? F111 flyover data set. No, Department of Civil Aviation Authority. CASA now. DOTC Labs at some point. CAA prior to that, and then there was an earlier name, wasn't there? Anyway, and this is the Westland Sea King flight data for approval for landing on airports. Now, I did find a deck about that wide, that fits in one of those trays, which is the Fortran program for analysing this data, which is just a bunch of 1s and 0s. And I do have a card reader to restore.
Yeah, I can carry my programs to the computer center.
Don't drop it!
If you trip over, you get a new program.
So the evolution from using the Hollerith system as a way of sorting data into a way of displaying alphanumeric text and loading programs in. By the way, that's the ANU's header card, because they had the Univac, which was always card loaded. It's a pretty great evolution, but it evolved further.
Am I right in thinking that punch cards came from the Jacquard loom originally?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, that was the precursor, was actually for controlling rooms.
That's right, yeah.
The
Jacquard punch card loom.
There's so much to know, so little time.
We're never going to get around to it.
Yeah. Okay. So here we go. A simple punch card reader. You've got brush selectors and a little jumper panel here to do simple sorting, and then we go to a IBM 407 accounting machine, which has a wire jumping system. Here's a really simple one. I'm going to talk really quickly from now on. So that's a really simple punch card configurator. And that's a really complicated one that could be configured. Why didn't that skip forward? Like that. And they had in the manual sheets on how to do even complex things like multiply and punch the results to another card and drop it in a particular tray. That's my little one there. So if you want offline punching of cards in Fortran, you can use that. So there's no ABC, so A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U. So you had to memorise, just like this. The Bordeaux, you had to memorise what all these buttons meant to actually do something useful with it.
Just like using T-code.
And if you want, well, this will go up on ACMS website. This guy knows all about it. I know stuff all about punch cards. So very briefly, Marconi, electrical engineer, businessman and entrepreneur. So 2 years after getting a patent, he made something to go to market. So he's one of the people who had all steps ticked in terms of thinking of something and making it a product. So it was Heinrich Hertz and Maxwell and the other guy who actually knew what radio was and they'd already formed all of the equations to actually do the stuff, but you've got to make a practical product. So he's the inventor of radio? Yeah. So, story of audio recording in the floppy disk. Edison played catch up, we've covered that. What he did after was a little bit revolutionary, so we've gone over that, 1908. And then, first magnetic floppy disk. Oh, first magnetic one. Yeah. You're going to hate me for this. I assure you, without question of a doubt, my statement is that this is the first floppy disk.
So this predates the use of mag tapes.
It predates computers.
Does it predate mercury lines?
So this one, like I said, you're going to get probably a little bit annoyed with me. I'm playing on a technicality here. So this is a magnetic floppy disk. It is, and it's audio device, but it is a magnetic floppy disk. And basically, the head has a needle that is drawn by the spiral disk, and then it pulls the magnetic read-write head over the surface in a spiral to record data, and then you fold along the dotted lines, put it in an envelope and mail it, and you've got 3 minutes of audio recording that can go anywhere in the world. So that's pretty special, and yes, it's a floppy disk drive and a floppy disk. Okay, so technicalities. What have we got? I just covered that quickly. Thermionic products, under agreement with the brush company, just really quickly, there's stuff on the web that says that the guy who made that and the Thermionic company worked for MI6, and during the war went to CIA to work on a piezoelectric microphone technology, came back and started the company. So that's hearsay. But I found the documents describing the brush company who moved on to become, was it Raycal? Was the American company? Yeah. Or Raytheon? Raycal, yeah. So, and then I found the history of brush, and it's like work for this company, work for the Air Force, work for the Navy, build, list of all the companies and when, and then worked for a government agency. That's the text. Worked for a government agency. It's like, okay, yeah, probably the CIA or something. Hilarious, but unverified. So yeah, I can read your mind. It's not digital, not random read-write, has nothing to do with computers, except that it is, I argue, the cause of evolution to what we have as a floppy drive. The substrate's not Mylar. So, back to Edison, the diamond disc. I know. Oh, that's not the diamond disc. This is the diamond disc right here.
Couldn't just play with Lego, could you?
He's satisfied. He knows
So-
his audience.
So I'm going to just lift the lid off. So here we've got now a side-load floppy disk with no sleeve, with a hub locking mechanism that IBM patented 10 years later. And we've got a linear slide carriage with a read and a write head and a worm gear under here. So now we're getting really close to floppy disk, and it was Mylar. But the sad bit about it was, lo and behold, it's Mylar, and it's write once, read many, and it's engraving. It's not magnetic. Darn. But there's a lot of evolutionary stuff in here that others, if they'd seen that, gone, hey, linear tracking, read-write heads. Yeah, so again, I can read your minds. No. Moving on. The EMI dicta, which is this one. I just love getting this stuff out. So now we've got something. Yeah, we'll use your table. EMI then made the EMI Dicta, 1950 early, and now we've got magnetic iron oxide on mylar floppy disk. Getting close, aren't we? So, and it used the spiral, and the erase head is a magnet that drops down and you spin it 1 revolution to erase. So, again, I can read your mind. It's magnetic, it's on mylar, but it's not computer related. But it's an evolution, and really interesting. I'm going to jump the gun. Nakamatsu, the Japanese guy who IBM bought patents for, and he was shut up money really. His patents, these items here predate his patents, even though they're almost identical. The magnetic material on paper and the mylar magnetic discs. He could have read the patents from these guys and then written a patent in Japan, and IBM didn't even know, maybe. Anyway, so this guy, Yoshiro Nakamatsu, made thousands of patents, but very few products actually to market. He just made shit. Sorry?
That photograph is very modern. When was this taken?
I'm not sure.
It's got to be 70s.
But he claims his patent from 1952 was a precursor to the floppy disk. Said his patent... Oh, did I miswrite that? Details are confidential. IBM's counterclaim that their engineers invented the floppy disk in the late 60s, licensed some of Nakamatsu's patents. So patents are a really good way of actually finding actual dates and what they patented, because sometimes it's just a patent for one aspect of a floppy disk, like the hub locking ring or something like that. I'm talking fast because I'm going to run out of time. Yeah, so FYI, Edison Diamond Disc and the Recordon and the EMI all predate Nakamatsu's patents. So, why did IBM want a floppy disk drive? Because of this beast here. Now, fascinating thing about the Tross memory, we'll quickly get into it. IBM didn't invent it. Bell Labs had one running in 1945 as the crossbar logic selector for telephone exchanges. Again, it's an evolution. And what is Tross memory? Oh, by the way, that thing there, it's about that big, 1920 bits of data. And these sheets are sandwiched together, and you drill these holes for a 0 and these holes for a 1, I think. It's either that way or the other. So each of these cells is 1 bit of data. So each sheet has 4 words per sheet, and there's 30 bits per line. And how it works, it's like rope memory, as in the Apollo guidance computer. If you have a wire passing through a ferrite bead like that, and you send a pulse down the wire, the transformer detects a pulse. If it's not going through, it says no pulse. So we've just stored 0, 1, 1. So this row here, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, for example, on that single line. So and the transformers, they had a horseshoe ferrite thing at the bottom that they squished all of those on, and then they had a ferrite bar with a coil as the sense coil for each segment. So yeah, pretty impressive, but they had to do what they had to do to make read-only memory. And if you need to recode, the IBM 360 used these, and if you had to recode, you have to pull the module out, pull the appropriate sheet out, throw it away, and re-drill another sheet, drop it in. So it's a nightmare. Not as much of a nightmare as unlacing a rope memory, but still pretty bad. So the Project Minnow was basically because they didn't like that Tross memory or any other alternative. So finally the floppy disk, Project Minnow. It was a microcode storage and also a custom configuration for the owner of the IBM 360 could say, hey, I want this particular feature, can you code it up for us? And it's like, no, we hate the TROS memory. Or they just send a floppy disk out. So the original floppy disk was not a user-accessible device. It was 80 kilobytes of capacity. It was read-only to the user. Well, it wasn't user-accessible. It was read-only because the machine read it to load the microcode. No protective sleeve. The discs wore out quite quickly because there was no way of deflecting the dust and crap. And I think it was first used on the IBM 360. Pretty sure that's right. I'd hate to say guaranteed. So it was an interesting machine, and I think ACMS actually have some of these discs. If you have a disc with the hard sectored holes on the outside, you can be pretty sure it's a hard sectored disc from the IBM 360 microcode loader. Odd thing about this patent is this looks ominously like the Olivetti P6060, which I've got stashed in my shed, which is a desktop Olivetti computer that is arguably, I'm pretty sure it's right, is the first desktop computer to ever have a floppy disk in the main machine, so none of this external floppy. So, and I've pulled it apart and looked at it, and it looks so much like the original IBM 360 floppy drive patent that I'm taking a guess that they might have violated patent.
Still no jackets?
No, it's got a jacket.
So this is sort of the modern 8-inch floppy.
Yeah, it's starting to look like the modern age floppy. And don't believe everything Wiki throws at you. The best source of information is to actually start your search off, find some code words, and then look for the patents, because the patents state the dates that these things actually happened. And that acknowledgements. How much time have I got left? Anyone?
Minus 3 minutes.
Minus 3. Oh, damn.
We'll wait for the book.
We'll wait. So yeah, acknowledgements, Wikipedia, Book of Science's History. This book here was a fabulous read. Oh, and just by the way, things that firsts and later developments aren't necessarily game changers. So the Box Brownie wasn't the first camera.
Oh, yeah.
But the Box Brownie brought photography to the masses. So this thing here is more epic in terms of history than something like that, which was, well, this one here, my mic is, that bellows comes out. It's a bellows Polaroid land camera, instant, which is quite a rare thing.
Edward Land 52.
Yeah. DOTC Labs used that. That's where that one came from. But this is, I say, more of a game changer for the world. And again, little video cameras were game changers, not the big bollocks and stuff, in my opinion. I can pull more out. Oh, just by the way, last year I gave away free floppies because I had packets and packets of them. If you got them and you got really grumpy because they don't format, I know why. They're dry cleaning discs. So they're not, you don't put liquid on them, and you just chuck them in and they just scour the gunk off. So they're actually really good. So if you guys play floppies, take a few with you. Oh, crap. Take a few with you on the way out, because I've got a couple of thousand of them. Now, Keith's not down my throat, so I'm just going to very quickly go to... crap, where is it? I'll just have to... videos. Documents. Videos. And yeah, Roger. Disc lubrication, high resolution. So yesterday I mentioned decamethyl cyclopentasiloxane. It's the base chemical used for a huge number of cosmetics.
Hi everyone, Kerry here. And
Hi.
I've been working.
So I'm just going to do some skips because I'm going to get kicked out soon. So
There's been some problems.
I'll just quickly pause that.
Now they're hard set floppies, so
That screen.
to come by. And I did.
So delamination of your discs, and there's always that thing about baking it first and the like, cleaning your heads and stuff. And I did a lot of research online looking at institutions overseas trying to recover media, in particular magnetic tape media, and you start a reel-to-reel and you hear this sound. It's the heads, because there's no lubrication, the heads are shuddering, and that modulates the actual reproduced audio and gives you a shit performance. And I found that its trade name is cyclomethicone. You can buy it from a place in India for about $30 for a little bottle about that big. There it is right there, cyclomethicone. And it's basically available for people to make their own cosmetics. So I thought, well, why don't we try and use it with floppy disks? So I'm just going to buzz past my jabbering.
A bunch of these.
Yeah, sorry about that, everyone. There's useful things being talked about. So one of the things, for starters...
Spray that out into a little...
oh, and by the way, CRC 808 works as well.
Finish boiling off.
That's the can spray from Repco. Oh, come on. Where are we going?
Might be readable, but I don't want to take
So, what is that? So, breaking the plastic welds on the floppy disk.
The welds, I could just put this disc back.
Magnetic, hard sectored from a North Star horizon. And like I said, it's breaking all the rules. I don't care.
Now this cloth is
surgical cloth doesn't scratch and it doesn't release lint. So really good for doing this sort of thing. And then it's straight. Oh God! Too much talking, Kerry.
But just do that and leave it sit for a while.
So yeah, spraying on, and then basically wipe it over. I've got a minute or two left. Cool. So magnetic material is supposed to have a lubricant in it from manufacturer, but it just leaves it over 40 years or so. And I'm just being rather brutal. CRC 808.
So this is just to re-lubricate the discs?
Re-lubricate the discs to stop them shuddering, and the bulldozering effect is where the head vibrates and then it impacts, and then it actually delaminates, loads itself onto the head, and then gouges the rest of the disc, and then it's not readable. So I don't know if this disc would have worked. I suggest it wouldn't have worked because the other three, before I started doing this, all delaminated. And then I did 5 discs using methicone and the CRC 808, and all of them worked. The other thing is with the TM 410 on Shugart drive, is there's a grub screw on the top, and I got a gram gauge out and measured the downforce to be 24 grams, and I halved it. So there's less down pressure, and it still worked. So I was pretty happy with the idea of halving the downforce. That's the gram gauge there from the telegraph days for tuning relays in telephone exchanges. You know about that, John? So,
head pressure.
All the data we're using magnetic flux.
sorry, this thing's jabbering at me. Sorry, say again?
I'm just thinking like a grease weasel will actually read the magnetic flux off the disc. Was that sort of technique used, or what were you using?
No, I just gave the discs a bit of a clean, re-lubricated them, back in the slip, into drive B, and read all the files off. So I don't have a cryoflux, I don't have any of the good stuff, I've just got old computers.
The aim was data recovery. You wanted to grab the data.
Yeah, I just wanted to, there was a couple of discs that had a whole stack of really cool stuff supposedly on it, and I'd wrecked a couple of discs. I went, no, I'm going to read up and then do this, and it worked. So that was a few months ago. The discs still work, and I could propose that there's no degradation and it hasn't damaged them. Yes, John?
Would that work on magnetic music tapes?
Yeah, that's where it came from. Some restoration.
All my music tapes are lost because you can't, they don't read anymore.
Yeah, so I would propose that Adrian's TK50 tapes, on the deck, we could potentially relubricate them, and they're less likely to do that, sucking the tape back on itself and tangling up.
They always did that, even though you...
Sorry? Oh, yeah, that's true. Yes, there is that. What? Oh.
There's something interesting to note right here.
Oh, and the other thing is, when you've got floppy disks, like the old DEC RX50s, if you leave a disk in and the door closed, the head pressure pad's pushing down on the disk and the head's pushing up on it, and you can have damage just because you've got it sitting in there. So one of the disks I did this to had damage, and I went, well, it's not where the directory structure is, so I'm going to lubricate it, pull whatever I can off, and it worked. So in this case, just threw the disc back into the original slip.
So, here's our floppy disk. It may or may not work.
And it did. Telequipment terminal and the North Star Horizon.
Is it going to work? Is that a demo?
Yeah, it's a little tech pro.
There we go. Track 4.
And I failed because I forgot that the North Star Horizon up is that way. So shortly later. Oh. Stand by.
Yeah.
And then shortly thereafter, well, that's a long pause.
Oh. I think I might put that upside down.
Yeah, I did.
Points that way, so let's put that way.
Just a kid having fun. So I think at this point you can stand up and look closer at the stuff before I have to pack it away for the next presentation.
I do have one question.
Oh, yeah.
You mentioned in the presentation that...
So there you go, that's the basic...
I'll just pause this so I can hear.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry.
You said the presentation Morse was pretty adamant that he should be considered sole inventor of the electromagnetic telegraphs.
Uh-oh, you're taking notes.
I was. Was this dispute with Gale, or were there other competitors building on that technology around the same time?
I want to do more reading to find out, and I haven't found anything that explains just what Morse was on about.
Oh, yeah.
Because it was his patent, and it was his invention, but he got a lot of help from Gale and others to actually make it work. So, again, hard-headed, hard-nosed people who are businessmen as well as inventors are usually the winners. Yeah.
I just want to mention that three people you didn't mention, that was the Siemens brothers.
Oh, there are so many people I didn't mention.
Yeah, of course.
I was...
But I read as a young man Werner Siemens's diary, and he had a very interesting snippet. He and his brothers who did the copper mine and then had the contract to do the London to India telegraph.
Oh, right, yep.
And while they were laying cables in the Red Sea, one of the cables developed a short circuit.
Sorry, John, I'll just have to jump in. I think the guys need the room. Have we still got a bit of time on our hands? Oh, the keynote's starting.
15 seconds.
Yeah, so I hope you enjoyed what I had to say. Sorry, John.
That's all right.
You are amazing.
Oh, thank you.
I should have gone down to the last one.
Yeah.
Because your name rings a bell now.
Yeah.
Kerry,
Don't get a happy snap with you, really.
Oh, happy snap with all my crap lying around.
were you ever at RMC?
No.
Okay, so
I came after.
you never met Stan?
No.
He was our lead.
Thank you.
Great talk.
He was he helped me build the micro B.
Oh, right.
Because I can't solve it for peanuts.
Sorry to cut you off, John. I just think they're trying to rush over there.
I'll tell you.
Oh, hang on. Chemistry. Forgot to bring my...
Oh, no. I can provide more.
I don't know.
I'm going to leave early.
Oh, so just leave it for me, and I'll. Yep, leave it there, and I'll pick it up. Thank you.
I know the railways had similar, had Morse recorders.
What a wee little ripper.
That's a fantastic.
And you've got to,
That's working.
I think we'll get going because I also don't want to go over if I can at all avoid it. Once again, thanks to everyone that's helped put together the last 2 days together possible. It's been amazing. So I want to kick off with an event. There's a meeting by the San Diego Amiga Users Group in April 1988. And what happens is a couple of Commodore engineers drop in unannounced to the San Diego Amiga Users Group, unannounced, and they say, hey, we're on our way to West Germany. And they unveil an Amiga 3000 prototype. It's got a 68020 in it. It's got 2 million, it can do 2 million colors at 640 by 400. And it's running some version of Amiga OS 2.0 that has like 3D objects in it. And then as soon as they've appeared, they disappear because they got to get to Germany. And there is crazy interest in this. Like BBS is going crazy. People ringing Westchester going, tell us about this new amazing Amiga. And turns out to be an April Fool's joke played by the LA Amiga Users Group on the San Diego Amiga Users Group. So, this is, so I briefly, when I was going through all the sources for this talk, I was mentioning a guy called Jimmy Ma, who is the digital antiquarian. He, apart from writing a really great book on Amiga called The Future Is Here, he's got an amazing computer history and gaming blog in terms of just doing really in-depth historical details. Anyway, but by coincidence, roughly at this time, Commodore does start work on both the real Amiga 3000 as well as the next generation Amiga architecture, otherwise known as AAA. So, so this is part 2 of my Amiga's Forgotten Futures talk. Where we left it previously was just discussing several decisions that were made by Commodore through the 80s. So in terms of launching the Amiga, whether it should be hitting the home or the business market, whether they should enter the workstation market with Ranger, you know, what approach Commodore should take when they're making their distinct home and business segments for the Amiga. And then also looking at what they could do with software developer adoption to help drive Amiga's success. So what did follow in the back end of the 80s was a golden age for Amiga as it found its way into the home, as well as, you know, finding a real strong place in professional video production. And as the 90s loomed, Commodore had to really decide on the product direction to drive profitability and what role the PC plays in that, what role the Amiga plays on that moving forward. So in part 2, we're going to cover, as I was mentioning before, AAA. We're going to cover Amiga in the age of multimedia. We're going to talk about a change in direction in terms of roadmap plans, and also going to cover off Ombre. Part of the original interest in doing this talk was in a local users group that I was presenting to in Melbourne. There's a bit of confusion between PowerPC in terms of its role, as well as then AAA and Ombre, and people confusing AAA and Ombre together and all those sorts of things. So that's part of why I actually did this talk. And as I mentioned in the first part, I don't actually have time to hit on a few key historical areas just due to time constraints. So first off, kicking off talking about AAA and what was the advanced Amiga architecture. So the biggest strength for Amiga, which is its custom chips that it can offload, workload to, is its biggest weakness because it constrains compatibility. And the design goal for AAA was to exceed VGA. So the Amiga is seeing a threat from PC coming in, and so they really want the next set of Amigas not to meet VGA but be superior to it. And so they wanted to come out with a chipset that would support future Amigas for the next 4 to 5 years. And the idea was that it would be used in a range of different Amigas, everything from consoles to workstations. And so key capabilities were that they had a scalable design where you could double up on certain chips and double your graphics bandwidth to do like a really high-end Amiga. It featured 24-bit color, higher memory bandwidth, higher resolutions, more sound capability, so 8 times 16-bit sound rather than 4 times 8-bit sound, and new graphics and sound interface and APIs underpinned by Amiga OS 3.0, which really that's in reference to obviously when they came out with the Amiga 3000 2.0 and ECS and everything, there were some real compatibility issues at the API side of things. So when they're thinking about AAA, the strategy was really about revolution, not evolution. And what that means is not overemphasizing compatibility with AAA. So they had 4 new Amiga chips in a low-end single system, or you could double up on some of the chips and have a dual system, as I was saying before. And the first system that they wanted to release with AAA would be a high-end Amiga. And some of the thinking, and this evolved, by the way, it didn't start off this way at the outset of AAA, but then as AAA evolved, they went, okay, how we're actually going to solve the compatibility issue is by putting an option card in a system to give OCS, ECS compatibility. So a couple of related projects. I didn't mention NIX, which is kind of like the prototype system for AAA, but there's one called Accutiator, which is a modular system for AAA chips that would also, so you could plug in elements of the architecture, including the CPU. So originally some of the work with Accutiator, they were looking at a 68040 based AAA system, but later on they were talking about pulling out the CPU and putting in RISC CPUs to play with. And then another one I've just written here, which will obviously come into the story, is Pandora, otherwise known as AA or the AGA chipset. So next couple of slides, I've got Dave Haney talking about AAA.
That everyone likes is the AAA system. That was called the Advanced Amiga architecture. It consisted of systems built from either 4 or 6 Amiga chips, brand new chips. Every single one was brand new, all done in 1 micron CMOS. You had a 64. You had a 32-bit Blitter bus, 32 or 64-bit graphics bus. The Blitter bus and the graphics bus could be separated. It could support regular DRAM. It could also support VRAM. So you basically weren't going to slow your processor down much to have 1024 by 768 or whatever it could support. I think it could go to like 2000 by something. I forget the exact resolutions, but I had once we planar pixels. You could have up to 10-bit planes. You could have ham 10. You could have chunky ham, which sounds like a meal. It also had 2 different kinds of what they called hybrid pixels, which work a little bit like the compression, like the DCT cells in an MPEG video, in that you've got a restricted boundary of a small number of pixels that have their own palette, and then you move to the next one and it's got its own palette, and you move to the next one, it's got its own palette. So it was a way of compressing video to use much less bandwidth to support something that looked better. Kind of the same idea of ham, but a completely different way of doing it than ham did. Ham and eggs, or what? Ham and eggs. We had let's see, we had 8. We had 8 audio channels with full left-right panning. They were also 16-bit. There was a way to have a video digitizer with some extra parts. It wasn't absolutely built in, but there was kind of this DMA channel set up. So if you wanted to build a system with a video digitizer, you could do that.
So basically, AAA had a brand new set of chips, Andrea, Linda, Monica, Mary. And I've kind of written the OCS/AGA equivalents on the side there. So Andrea is really taking requests, basically taking requests from the CPU, DMA requests, filling up chip RAM, basically feeding Monica, which is building raster lines, and then over to Linda, which is the line buffer going into Monica, which is then doing the pixels and the different graphics modes. And then obviously Mary's the audio and peripheral control, so polar equivalent effectively. And as I've mentioned a couple of times, the concept is that you could double up your Linda and Monica's to get to a 64-bit system, which really it's estimated to probably be somewhere between 12 and 20 times more powerful than ECS from a bandwidth perspective. So overall, pretty cool. The question that Commodore really had as they're developing AAA is how much should we invest right now for, let's say, the upcoming Amiga 3000 versus building peripherals for the Amiga 2000 versus developing for AAA on what's next, right? And so there was a dilemma there. and really, AAA really is needing 3 engineers per chip. So, there's really, they really need 12 engineers for it to happen, within the scheduled time. The other question is, do we continue to use Commodore Semiconductor Group to manufacture our next generation chipset? Because whilst in the past, when things are NMOS, HMOS, they were very used to essentially both the style of manufacturing and the process, but they're now starting to struggle with keeping up with more modern fabrication that you're seeing other chip fabs being able to do. So question is really, do we outsource chip fab? So 1988 and 1989, both revenues are pretty solid. So you can see 870 million in 88 and then 1.1 million in 1989, which they haven't had since 1984. But then you can see the profit as well back into 6.55% in 1988. 6% in 1989. Things are really starting to look a lot better for Commodore. Gould promotes Mehdi Ali to being the president of Commodore in 1989 and the CEO in 1990. I suspect most people in the room may know who he is. But if you didn't, you probably worked it out from listening to David Pleasance complain about him for half an hour that, wasn't a well-liked guy. Frank Leonardi and Max Toy basically both leave, and Harold Copperman comes in to fix US sales. Also, Henri Rubin at this time becomes head of engineering as well as the COO in Westchester. Now, because Ali is this Axeman, Gould sees shades of Trammell in Ali, and in a way that Gould likes, as in this is a hard man that can run the business kind of thing. But really, at the end of the day, if you look at how Ali is doing it, it's all about solving cash flow problems, right? Cut expenditure to become profitable. And what he does is he cuts R&D to 1.7% of revenue, which is very, very low. And also, at this time, Commodore was receiving a lot of flack in the press around executive pay of both those two gentlemen. So,
it's like the reverse of Apple, isn't it?
yes,
The other way around.
taking $1 or whatever, yeah. So the design work on AAA is going very, very slowly because they aren't really staffing it. So they need 12 engineers. They got 6, and a number of them are part-time. So there's one engineer that's working on AAA chips, that's also working on the 4510 processor, and also working on ECS. So he's really not just focused on working on, so the project starts to slip at the rate of 1 week per week. Also, as I was mentioning before, the Commodore Semiconductor Group is struggling to keep up with the manufacturing process that they're targeting. So then the next question, and this was, there was a few folks in the peanut gallery that threw this at me in the first meeting. Could we broaden Amiga's footprint in the market with OEM relationships? And how do we respond to a rapidly evolving market? So our friend Mehdi Ali. So in 1989, Amiga, or Commodore, looked at an OEM agreement with Sun Microsystems around a potential line of low-end Unix workstations based on Amex. And so you can think, Ali steps in at the end of the negotiation, doubles the asking price. That was the end of the negotiation. This wasn't the only time that Ali did this. So a couple of years later, in 1993, Commodore actually had an opportunity to OEM Amiga with Epson. So Epson would do all the localization for Amiga OS, and they would sell it as an Epson, but it would basically be an Amiga in Japan. Ali was brought in to finalise the deal, and he started telling Epson all the things that they're doing wrong and all the things that have to change. And so obviously there's a loss of face. Negotiation over. However, the negotiation team that's been working on Epson's side of the fence suddenly all get turned over. New negotiation team comes in. What happens? Exactly the same thing, and exactly the same result. So,
What's the common thread?
yeah. Guy wasn't too great at OEM relationships. Yes, sorry. No, go. Right. Well, look, Sun. So kind of in the period where this was going on, like there was a pretty big religious. Actually, this is going to really take me off topic. So I'm an ex-Sun guy. I worked at Sun for a reasonable period of time. I can talk to this topic, but I'll probably do it after the talk if that's okay. So the 80s are coming to a close, and it's the turn of a decade. PCs are getting video, PCs are getting sound. What's the big buzzword in the industry? Multimedia, yeah. So what's the key technology associated with multimedia? Yeah. So there's pleas from Commodore's developers, in fact, probably industry-wide, about adoption of CDs, right? Like how can we use CDs to support games, richer media in games, let's say. And really, this brings Commodore also a new set of decisions, right? So with this big industry trend for multimedia, how do we maximize our opportunity here? And look, Commodore had really big tickets on themselves because of the success of the Amiga in the video industry. So they're like, who else would you look at, when it comes to multimedia? Like, we are the guys. And so do we release new multimedia products? Do we add capability to our existing install base of Amigas? Are there other market considerations to this emerging multimedia trend? Fad perhaps. In 1989, their basically product management teams came to management to say, hey, what we really should do is create some add-ons for the Amiga 500, the Amiga 2000, and so on. And the idea wasn't dismissed, but they kind of went, you know what, could Commodore really redefine the market? How about Commodore Dynamic Total Vision, or CDTV? So Commodore had seen what Philips was doing with the CDI, and what they're starting to think about is if we put a Commodore, if we put an Amiga in the lounge room, but we don't call it an Amiga, looks like a hi-fi component, this thing could be the backbone of an entertainment system. And also, if we build it the right way, then no one has to understand computers. We don't even have to mention the word computer. We don't have to mention the word Amiga, right? This is really what was the thinking behind the CDTV. And so Commodore go and hire Nolan Bushnell to be their multimedia CDTV spokesman. So they announced the CDTV at CES mid-1990. It's the all-in-one media appliance. It can play audio CDs, educational software, interactive encyclopedia and games, all from a CD-ROM. And as I was saying before, they're really targeting a casual user, not a computer user. And it's the future of home computing. Unfortunately, it gurus 3 times through the demo. And really, a lot of the press that were at CES were going, FM Towns looks really interesting, but what's happening with the CDTV, it didn't get good reviews. So some decisions for Commodore. How should we price the CDTV? So Philips sell the CDI for $7.99. What can this new market bear while considering the competition? Another question is, what are the key launch titles? What killer apps will grab the market's attention when we launch this thing? And remember that they're trying to not sell this as an Amiga, right? So after being announced at CES, the CDTV became generally available in '91 and sold at $999, so $200 more than the Philips offering. And even Bushnell was kind of like, that's a lot of money. But when you then add all the optional add-ons, you know, the monitor, the floppy, keyboard, mouse, it's close to $2,500, which is pretty expensive. Now, mind you, they really are focused on just having it as a unit. And there's only really 50 titles at launch. They had been targeting 100, but they only got 50. Funnily enough, Gail Wellington was actually quite involved with the CDTV, but didn't get titles in time. It's probably more a timing thing than anything else. But nothing was really a killer title for the CDTV. Yeah, Definitive Crown too, yeah. And then Philips CDI, really that sold 10 to 1 as many as the CDTV, but even that wasn't a smash hit really. But it had Mist and Seventh Guest that really propelled it for the people that bought it. So it didn't end well. Prices eventually dropped to $499, and actually eventually they were giving them away with Amiga 3000s at some point. So anyway, then brings us to the Amiga 3000. So Commodore hold a special event called Multimedia Live, and Harold Copperman, who's just joined. So ex-IBM for a ton of years, then worked at Apple very briefly, and then straight over to Commodore. Harold Copperman says on stage, "Hey, I'm at Commodore. Just as multimedia becomes the most important item in the marketplace, once again I'm with the leader. Of course, in this industry, industry, a leader doesn't have any followers. He just has a lot of other companies trying to pass him by. But take a look. The other companies are talking multimedia, but they're not doing it. They're a long way behind Commodore, not even close." So this is the Amiga 3000. Now, I said for those of you that, some of you wouldn't have been at the start of my life, I'm not really a Commodore guy, but I actually really love this computer. Like, I think it's a beautiful computer. Yeah. Sorry, what was that? Oh, yeah, yeah. Yep.
Was that Australian prices? I can't remember.
No, these are US prices.
Yeah, that's why I couldn't afford it. I bought a Mac instead.
Yep.
I only had $2,500. I got in trouble. I killed my marriage. Was spinning that.
Right.
But I would have loved it because you could run Unix eventually.
Yeah. So you can see that compared to, let's say, an Amiga 2000, it is a step up. So like much higher levels of RAM support inbuilt, SCSI, ECS, Zyro 3. And look, I think it's it was definitely seen when it was launched as a really like a premium, a pretty serious machine.
It still had custom chips, didn't it?
Yeah. No, and look, the challenge that the Amiga 3000 had was obviously Amiga had created its identity in terms of video production, and then Video Toaster really wasn't fitting in it. It didn't get launched with a CD-ROM, and then the Amiga OS 2.0 compatibilities at the start of Amiga OS getting launched. There was a lot of what was happening was a lot of developers for the Amiga had been using undocumented API calls, and so when they moved to Amiga OS 2.0, they were having issues there, deprecated. Yep. Sorry? Right. Okay. So yes. So as I was mentioning, Mehdi Ali had been slashing R&D, and Amiga 3000 was late, a little bit late in terms of when they started designing it versus when they launched it. Big part of that was really Dave Haney, in that he was the chief engineer on the Amiga 3000, but at times where he probably should have been working on that, he was working on like accelerators to the Amiga 2000. So just, once again, the theme of being split across multiple areas. AAA at this point is getting really, really late in terms of they've had a few versions of it, but really it's not keeping up. The VGA is moving quite quickly, so the goalposts are now moving to 1600 by 1200, and they're originally looking with AAA at 1024 and 1280 resolutions. So the market is moving quickly. Henri Rubin basically gets promoted out of his job because he hasn't really delivered anything, and Ali hires Bill Sidness of ex-IBM. So he was the lead on the PC Junior. And Bill brings in a guy called Lou Egerbrecht. Now, in a nutshell, Bill was not very well liked or respected, but the Commodore guys were okay with Lou, as in he seemed to actually know what he was doing a little bit, but it was a pretty difficult time. So decisions for Commodore: do they keep going with AAA? Do they actually lift the design goals for AAA? Do they increase R&D investment, and also what are they going to have as a follow-on to the Amiga 3000? So these are really key questions at this point in time.
An absolute disaster. I mean, I'll give you an example. It's all this is in my book anyway, but let me give you an example, right? He recruited a new head of engineering, Bill Sidness. Bill came from IBM, and Bill was responsible for the PC Junior, which was a disaster in itself, right? Yeah. So he recruited him. Now, I went and ran Commodore US, Commodore Inc., the consumer division from January of 1992, right? I'd spent 5-6 days at the CES in Las Vegas, and then I went and took up my position in the office. And first thing I did was to go up and say hello to all the engineers. We had seven Amiga engineers, people like Dave Haney and Ed Hepler and people like that, right? Lovely people. We had 40 PC engineers.
What for?
You tell me. That's exactly my question. And the reason we had them is because Bill Sidness, they were mates of his from IBM, and he gave them all a job. Now, first...
Anyway, we've heard enough from David Pleasance today, but yeah, I mean, you can see he was not a popular guy. So as we get to kind of the start of the 90s, Commodore creates a bit of a fundamental change in terms of how they do product planning. So what they used to do, pretty much Jack started it, was by going, building a product, going to CES to market test it, revamping it a bit, and then trying to get the Christmas sales. So using the input and making the adjustments to the product. Rather than doing this, what they decide that they're going to do is collect, instead of collecting it from feedback from CES, engineering will come up with a roadmap, and then they'll go to Commodore marketing to get the feedback, who in theory know their customers really well. Sidness reviews the AAA chipset and suspends activities. So it is late at this point. And so he requests recommendations. And long story short, what they come up with is, in the short term, they will do enhancements to Paula. In medium term, they're going to shift from the next systems being looking at AAA to actually using AA, which is really VGA equivalents. And then longer term, they will go with Ombre, which is a project run by Ed Hepler, which I'll talk about at the back end of this talk. So Lou Egerbrecht works with Jeff Porter on the AA Amiga roadmap. And so the planning is that they will have, at the high end, an A3000 Plus. So this is an A3000 with AGA graphics, DSP, and also support for a CD-ROM. Then they're going to have an A1000 Plus. And so that'll be a lower profile A3000 Plus, just with 2 slots. And it'll be sold at $1,000, which sounds all right actually. Then they have an idea around a low-end system, which is basically a cost-reduced A500 with an integrated Genlock, and the intent is to sell it for $50 less than the Amiga 500. And so originally they did have the A4000. The original A4000 was going to be the first AAA system, and they shelved that for the time being. So this will be Dave Haney talking about the roadmap changes.
Spring and summer of '91, when the new management came in, and maybe for a week that seemed like, okay, well, I don't care who I'm building these for as long as they want stuff built. And then I found out they didn't really want stuff built, and there was actually an edict put out that if anyone was caught putting an Amiga 3000 plus in an Amiga 3000 case, it was grounds for termination. I had one in my garage back at home, but they weren't inspecting that, I guess. But it was crazy. They were like so against like this computer that I've been working on for 6 months, I guess at that point. That was early '91. Yeah, being ever considered something that was going to hit the market, because they hadn't decided yet. There's another one, even better, well, not better, but I think a better product for the market was the thing that we were calling the Amiga 1000 Plus. It was a lower profile machine based on A3000 and AA technology that was going to be two slots, 32-bit processor, fast RAM, $1,000 with a detachable keyboard. So a little more expensive than a 500, way cheaper than an A3000 or an A4000. And I thought that was going to set the world on fire. And that one was completely outright canceled. And in fact, the guy who was working on it, Joe Augenbraun, was, I think, depressed enough that he left the company after that. I didn't blame him.
Anyway, rough times for Amiga engineering. So in 1990, when they released the A3000, and then also in 1991 when the CD-TV hits the market, you can see really that Commodore revenues have gone down a little bit, but not by too much, 939 million, 4% profits, but then 1991, they're barely making a profit with similar revenues. So you can see they're now starting to get into trouble again. So this is a memo from Bill Sidness. So it says, you can be proud of the recent tangible results of the hard work which the team has contributed over the last few months and years. On Wednesday, August the 28th, we successfully demonstrated a Medi-Ali, an A300 HD, and a slimline replacement product. Both of these were extremely well received. On Thursday, August 29th, I had an opportunity to demo I had a demo of the new AA chips in a revised A3000. The visual output was outstanding. Clearly, we must put this into our product line rapidly, without impact to our current commitments, etc., etc. So
he cut down 500. He had some good ideas. Like he basically wanted to build essentially a zero cost almost zero cost fully analog Genlock built into it, so you could hook it up to your home tape player. But the idea was the cost was going to be $50 less than the A500. When the new management came in, they saw this, said, "Oh, look, a smaller A500, we can make it cheaper," and then they proceeded to add all kinds of crap into it. And that's how we got the A600, which cost $50 more than the A500. And so the only way they could sell it was by discontinuing the A500, which was still, it wasn't new, but the A500 Plus was still selling. They said, oh, well, if we don't discontinue that, no one will buy the A600 because the A600 costs more. So they discontinued the A500 that was still selling. And the A600 was out, but nobody wanted it. And because of some screw-ups they made with the whole delay of the what we call the Pandora chipset. The AA is what all the Commodore people call the chipset, and AGA is what the marketing people called it. because of the delays, they didn't have enough of those chips, which Commodore wasn't making them. We were making them at Hewlett Packard, or the Andrea chip. I mean, not the Alice chip anyway. And so there was a severely limited supply of A1200s, which was causing all kinds of problems because we couldn't sell the computer everybody wanted, and we had all these computers that nobody wanted. I realized in post, years and years and years later, a lot of people like the A600 because they're compact and they could throw a flash drive in there. But originally, it wasn't a popular idea.
So in 1991, there were changes to the changes. So you have these are machines that are meant to be released in 1992. So you heard before, so we have the A3000 Plus, SCSI, AGA, digital signal processor, CD-ROM. Then we get the A1000, which is the low-profile 2-slot version. Then we have the A300, as you just heard Dave Haney talking about. So as you just heard from Dave Haney, they eventually then come out with the A600. So rather than being cheaper, it's more expensive. It does have ECS, but they replace the they replace the sidecar with PC MCIA. And what's noticeable about that is, or what the motivation was behind that was, Commodore was seeing third-party product vendors like GVP creating accelerators and other peripherals for the A500, and they're going, we should have that. It shouldn't be them. It should be us. And so literally, they yes. Sorry. Yeah. Unfortunately, that wasn't the mentality. Unfortunately, and this comes to bite them later. Sorry to foreshadow. So then they take the A1000, and rather than it being a cut down version of the A1000 Plus being a cut down version of A3000 Plus, they move it to being the A2200, right? And so it's like that, except that it's going to be ECS, not AGA. And basically, the Europeans have a mini revolt. They go, we will not sell this thing. We will not sell this. They already had the reaction. Obviously, in the UK, they had the A500 Plus, where they were kind of battling for the low end, so they didn't really want to sell the A600s at all. And so Sidness essentially gets fired over this. So he's built these products, and the company refuses to sell them. So then Commodore is scrambling. They then eventually released the A4000, and so the A4000 kind of looks like the A3000 Plus was going to, except that it's not SCSI, it's IDE. It's got AGA, which is definitely good, and it has a CD-ROM, which is good. So, but no DSP to be seen. So that's what gets delivered in September '92. Now. After seeing really what had gone on with both the A2200 and the A600, Commodore go with the wedge again, and they really quickly try and build a system that is going to support AGA. It's what all the punters want. It's also what they've been, from a marketing perspective, it's what they've been promoting. AGA is coming, right? And so people now want AGA. So, 1992. And we're getting close to the end. So 1992 is a pivotal moment for Commodore. Earlier they had moved manufacturing from Hong Kong to Philippines to save money. And what they found out, well, unfortunately they couldn't have predicted that there was a massive volcano that essentially completely disrupted their Philippines manufacturing. But the other thing that they should have been able to predict was that the airport in Manila could not handle the logistics of getting cargo in and out of, of that scale, and so Commodore is getting in big trouble post this volcano disruption. So they go to a third party called SCI in Scotland, and first off, Commodore places the wrong order for AA chips. So there's not enough chips for the A1200. So they've been using HP to fab the Lisa. So they only really have enough AGA chips to produce 70,000 A1200s for Christmas, which is a relatively low number considering how popular the Amiga had been. And Christmas is also, for Commodore, a really important time for them in terms of where they capture a lot of spend. Ali directs manufacturing to build A600s to meet the Christmas demand, and basically they manufacture so many that the market cannot absorb them. And so Commodore, as I said before, they had really been spruiking AGA. They had not been spruiking ECS. And so what this really results in, as well as all the other politics that are going on around, we don't want to sell A600s, basically very few A600s get sold. And they essentially get written off. Well, we ain't done yet. So, but that is obviously the Osborne effect, right? Like in terms of promoting AGA, and then you don't get it out, and next thing you know, everyone's waiting for AGA. So the other thing is, as I mentioned before, Commodore are now promoting the A570 CD drives, but they've end-of-life the A500, and the A600 does not have an expansion port. So this is a problem. Also, because Commodore have used SCI to manufacture all these A600s, they are now struggling to pay the bills because they can't sell these A600s. So this leads to then constrained capacity of them manufacturing A1200s. So it really is the perfect storm for them. This is just a very quick little clip from Nostalgia Nerd in September '93, reading a letter from a user on AGA.
A quick question. I want to get my hands on a 1200 with an 80 megabyte hard drive, but would it be worthwhile waiting for the AA Plus and the AAA chipset versions? Probably not.
So definitely not waiting for AAA. So then finally, we're getting to the home stretch now. So for the Motorola 68000, it had been the foundation for both home computers and workstations throughout the 80s. But it was starting to get a little bit long in the tooth, and in particular in floating point performance, which was starting to get more important. And elsewhere in the industry, RISC was the thing, right? It was really promising a step change in performance. So SGI really led the way in terms of MIPS-based systems being released in '86, and similarly Acorn and the Archimedes in '86 as well. And even Sun, you know, they had a bit of a religious war, and this is a favourite topic of mine, but they had a really a religious war internally at Sun in regards to, do we stick with the 68000? And they literally had a skunk works operation outside of Sun to get Spark going, and they actually had products around this. Should we go to Intel? So they were looking at the Sun 386i. I've never seen a 486i before. And so even Motorola themselves, they were starting to promote the 88000. I don't know too many users of the 88000. I know DG used some of them in the Avions, and yeah. I know also that when, and I think Next Computer, in their plans, if they were going to evolve the slab, I think they were planning on putting an 8800 in, an A8000 in there. So that brings us to Ombre. So 1993, I mentioned Ed Hepler's project before. So as AAA's late, the goal of exceeding VGA is not met. And Ombre is a final attempt to build a next-gen architecture. Advanced 64-bit multimedia system with a 3D graphics chipset, aimed specifically at games. And they're expecting silicon in late 1994 with a system release in 1995. It's flexible enough to actually support a variety of different platforms. And in the actual, the platform spec, which you can find on the Internet Archiving, there's about 6 or 7 different designs that they have, but they only agree to do 2, which I'm going to go through shortly. So a few targets that they were looking at. One was a CD-ROM-based console, which is going to call this CD64. And it's anticipated to have similar performance to a PlayStation, so 30 million 3D rendered pixels per second. And then also a high-end PCI graphics card accelerator that you'd put into either an existing PC or workstation that has a PCI bus. Very different philosophy to AAA. So no interest in 68,000 compatibility. Planar is now getting very old. New sprite engine completely incompatible with the Amiga. And really the thinking at the start is a bit like what I was talking about with that option board on AAA. If they want to have Amiga compatibility for any system that they're going to do this on, then maybe they'll do that as an add-on card. But they really did want to focus on PCI at this point. They evaluated almost the entire market of embedded RISC CPUs, and they settled on the PA RISC, a particular model of PA RISC, which basically had a PA RISC core and then an available area for being able to put custom logic on there. And actually, this may sicken some of you. One of the reasons why they didn't go embedded PowerPC, embedded versions did not yet have Windows NT compatibility. Well, like for the add-on card that they were thinking about doing with Ombre, that Windows NT would have been one of the initial primary targets. Yeah. Hmm.
He was using I had an HP 728 Harry for a while from the RSC.
Hmm. Yeah, and they had been talking about doing a lot of recompiling on that note. So funnily enough, so whether it would actually receive any form of port of Amiga OS was actually in question. And so obviously the engineers were thinking about exactly along those lines. Could we recompile? Like obviously they're not going to do 68,000 binary compatibility. But the management were sitting there going, why do we need Amiga OS? Because we're thinking about consoles and add-on cards at this point, right? So anyway, so by early 1994, Ombre was 2 revisions in. So they had actually started to develop it. And really it was there were 2 primary chips in the chipset. So Nathaniel is the logic around here, and then there's a separate Natalie chip. So you have one main controller that's basically the PA RISC chip, DMA engine, and then you can see those capabilities there. And then they have a separate display chip, and then the other item is a peripheral controller. In terms of the systems that they're looking at with Ombre, and these were the 2 ones that they were targeting. This last one they hadn't agreed that they were going to go forward with. So the first one was a CD game based MPEG player, so essentially a set-top unit. And then they were also thinking about a multimedia graphics accelerator, as I was saying before. It's very like I literally screenshotted these out of the PDFs on the Internet Archive. They've got all the design documents for Ombre and AAA for that matter there as well. But there's a lot there. Anyway, we kind of start to know where this story's going. In 1993, Commodore did $590 million worth of revenue and a 60% loss of revenue. And then they didn't get too far into 1994. Oh, sorry, you need to.
That's okay, and that's why I bought a Mac.
Yeah. And unfortunately that brings us to Commodore declaring bankruptcy in April 1994. So I could throw it out to the crowd briefly, just to see what, and by the way, I'm not totally done yet, but where did it go wrong?
They didn't go the low end enough. They needed to build the ecosystem. They kept killing it off by themselves.
Yep.
But management didn't think of the ecosystem.
Yep.
They just thought of money. If you grow the ecosystem, money comes along.
Yeah, I understand. Yep.
Too obvious?
No. I think it's a good statement. Yeah. Michael?
I've long thought that being vertically integrated like they were and focusing on building custom hardware and stuff, they were on a path of destruction.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
Can only go so long?
They had a great operating, well, I mean, and so many did, you know, Stan Labs and
Yep.
all the other. They had a great operating system, and they'll probably make too much money buying their own chips.
Yeah.
If they
Can-
followed a path using
exactly. Couldn't ride the waves of commodity. Yep.
GPUs, Moss had to stay for them, and you know, even the data there that I hadn't seen before that I'm aware of now around Moss having trouble getting underneath the micron and things like that.
Yep.
Should have done what next to.
What were you going to say? Exactly what he said. Yeah. Another A500, basically. Yeah. Yes. It's stale now. Yeah. So this is I can agree with all that, and so noting that I'm close to time, I will.
Stock went through the ceiling. The Commodore stock went up and split a couple of times. In fact, Jack and his 3 sons had a tradition that whenever the stock went up 10 points, they would all stop and share a bottle of Dom Perignon champagne. And I'm privileged to say I was with them several times when they did that. That was pretty cool, and it's a kind of an interesting symbol of the growth that we were achieving. We were not just growing the market. We weren't just giving millions of people a computer that they couldn't afford before. We were also making a lot of money for investors and showing that this was a profitable enterprise.
Jack McNeill had done his Apple killer. It was the Commodore 64. He's done with Apple. We used to say, Apple who? I mean, that was it. They were cooked in our book. And it's true, and we did 27 million C64s, whereas Apple II might have sold 5.5 million or something. So we didn't need another game machine. What Jack wanted was Sir Clive Sinclair's spot now, you know, and he had the little Spectrum and things, and he's like, I want him next. Right, I want that. And so the C116, if you saw it when Schroz pulled it out and showed it to me, it was this big. It was the Raspberry Pi of the day. It was supposed to cost $49. It had chiclet keys, but it had 121 colors, had built-in sound all in one chip. It was basically a chip with a computer built around it, which back then it used to be just lots of chips, right?
The company got more and more successful, and more perks came up, like as my father called it, the pet jet, although it probably should have been called the Commodore 64 jet. But that didn't sound as good. Irving would demand use of the pet jet whenever he could. And Dad didn't like this. It did not fit with his, morals of what the right thing for a company asset to be used for.
And there was the one with the full-size keyboard, and TED meant text display. It was supposed to be a business machine. You want to play games, get a 64. As a matter of fact, the price is completely different, right? But we're not trying to compete with ourselves. So Jack had that focus that he knew what he wanted to do with the market.
I think both Commodore and Apple had in 1983, so the CS was in January of 1984, had just each cost $1 billion in annual sales. As I like to point out, Commodore doing it with machines that cost a tenth as much as the Apple machine, so a few more machines being sold.
An argument going on between Jack and Irving upstairs in the booth, and I was there and suddenly I was on the demonstrating, and suddenly I got somebody came over and said, "You've got to come up and explain, the +4 to them." So I went up and I didn't really know Irving. I knew Jack a lot better. And so I went through my spiel, explaining what it was, what we wanted it to do, how it was going to crop up the price of the C64. And, they both, the people in the room listened, and then I was dismissed.
There was a celebration for Commodore's, I guess it was 25th anniversary at the time, or 30th, if I do the math quickly. And Dad gave Irving an ultimatum and said, you can't use company assets as if they're your own. As long as I'm president, you can't. You have to stop. So either you stop doing it or I quit. To which Irving said, goodbye.
Anyway, I'm right at time, guys. I would love to do some both talking about this as well as questions. Very briefly, David Pleasance's stuff, Jimmy Marsworth looking up the digital antiquarian. Brian Bagnall, amazing. He's done 4 books, in particular the Amiga years and the final years. And then those 2 documentaries. That was a clip from the Commodore story just now. Internet archiving, as I said before, has a huge number of documents, first-hand documents you can look at. You can see posts from Dave Haney still on Usenet if you know how to access that. I'm not going to explain that right now. And I did leverage Lemon 64 a little bit. That's it. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask me later. I think I've got a wrap now. But thanks everyone for attending. No worries. All good. No, all good. All good. No worries.
That expansion board on the side of the 500 is the same as the expansion board on the side of the 1000.
Yes.
On the upside down. Same as the
Yeah.
And the 2000.
Yep.
They're all the same. They just cut it. I never heard of any reason why. That's great presentation. I was so lusting after a 3000. I have a 1000 on the side now in RMC for a while. I had a network of IBM VCF set up. I was scientist with my PhD supervisor. Got me to set up the
next door.
Nice.
So
I might get to see if I get cash on that as well.
okay.
Went to Oklahoma.
What people, who else is Matt? A few more people?
Yeah, there's a few people. Mav, a couple of others.
Oh, so there might be enough. Oh, okay, cool. That's good.
Just got to get punters actually in there. Who's on next in here? James is next. So you can probably just let it go.
Yeah, I'll just let it go and I'll...
No, but I just threw away all of I had an IBM RS6
Testing.
590 or 390 at ADFA, but I had it in a spare room that I had. But they wanted to use the room again because I don't have a job. I'm being attacked by my brain. I have autism, ADHD. My life history now. I've got 50 years of computing in my head. My first computer was the Data Corporation Club as 1974. 40 years began, by second year, the one I really was on the top 10. Was the world's most powerful editor. There has never been an editor this powerful. Emacs was written as well. You know the editor?
Yeah, no, I'm a boy.
VI is like a beta version. Emacs is written as an antique. You could bring it down, it's 3 and 20. You can write names of them. And I used tech, because my tech had been on this for my PhD course. But yeah, RMC had a great chemistry club and a great computer setup. But they were really ahead of it was cost cutting. They had to have a management very long. And he's got some practical experience. Yeah, the practical experience is I just, it's inspired me to do things. So, in the beginning, they're very good. But it's terrible for the world. I mean, there's going to be some shock there that it holds. So, you're getting
sort of benefit from that. One person doing that's the big world you're going to be doing.
There's a weird version of Unix.
I think your skill's going to be.
The engineers, stupid engineers and that's what everybody else wants to try. And I have to say, the machines were always better, even though it wasn't Unix.
You had a 68 recording, so.
Fantastic. Let the noisy kids leave first. All right, thanks everyone for sticking around long enough. They gave me the sleepy afternoon slot. So the guy with the graphics card display on the corner, I originally thought I might try and move it in here, but when I realized how hard that was going to be. So I'll reference a few of the cards and the Octane that's next to them, so have a look as you go out. I'll mention a few of the very interesting ones. But one question I get asked, because I actually research in the AI space at the moment, and I get asked occasionally, how on earth do graphics cards get connected to AI? It's not intuitive how something like ChatGPT that takes in text and generates more text would be related to something like computer graphics. So I thought I would give a bit of a talk about some key points of evolution of graphics cards as they relate to some of the ones I brought along as well, and finish up with, and how did that actually lead NVIDIA to this situation where they're now the most valuable company in the world by driving some of the hardware behind the AI boom. So hopefully I can strike a balance between technical detail and the narrative that drives it to give you a sense of what's going on. The very first question that had to be settled around computer graphics was raster or vector. So this quote comes from the geospatial area, but it's one that I like. Raster is faster, but raster is vaster, and vector seems more correcter. A lot of stuff is done in vector. Essentially, the question boils down to, if you've got a bunch of points and shapes that you want to draw, at what stage do you translate that from the specification of points and shapes into dots that represent that? So raster is where you do that digitally on your computer before it gets turned into an analog signal and sent to your screen. Vector is where you send those things to the screen and you actually get the screen to render that shape, and it will sort of convert to dots as an analog process at the end. If you've ever used an old CRT oscilloscope, that is an early form of vector display. But they were very popular in arcade machines in the 80s. They gave some really crisp lines. If you think that a lot of these 80s machines were running 320 by 200 resolution on a larger screen, it was just really ugly. So moving to vector displays was a nice alternative. A little bit more expensive just because of the complex nature of arbitrary movement of photon guns in a CRT. But they had some serious limitations. It meant that you couldn't have texture detail, for instance. It meant you couldn't have filled in shapes. It was all wireframes, and it meant it always had to be a black background. So it suited some games. It was fun for a while, but it was very limiting. So late 80s, you really started to get raster graphics really taking over, and the video game crash of '83 was mentioned, just tended to take out a lot of those things that were a little bit niche and a little bit expensive, like vector graphics, and from then on it's really been all centered around raster. So very quick intro to how a raster graphics card works. The most important thing is this stuff here. It's a frame buffer. So it's a bit of memory that sits on the card, and it holds information about every single pixel that your screen is going to display. Kerry's just packed it up, but there was a very early Matrox graphics card sitting out on the bench there. Essentially, all it is a frame buffer, right? That's all it had. There was no acceleration, there was no compute logic. Every single pixel had to be expressly set by the CPU. You would do some calculation to work out what pixels you needed, and you would write this XY coordinate, turn it on, this XY coordinate, turn it off. And there the next most important bit is this guy here. This is a random access memory digital to analog converter, better known as a RAM DAC. It's scanning through that frame buffer. If your analog screen's running at 50 hertz, drawing the screen 50 times a second, that thing is scanning through your frame buffer 50 times a second and generating the analog signal in order to tell it, what colors to produce at what point in that screen. Very different to frame rate. So this is scan rate, right? So you may be running something that's running very slowly. It may be generating, I don't know, a couple of frames a second, but that thing has to run at the same speed as what your monitor does, that refresh rate. On the really old stuff, like that old Matrox from the late 70s that Kerry had, all there was enough RAM for was just to hold the pixels of the screen. And so you would actually see the pixels changing as they were being updated by the CPU. That quickly got pretty old, and so we came up with this idea of a double buffer where you would have two copies. So you'd have one that was currently being displayed and one you were working on. The next frame was being constructed, and once you were finished, you would flip it over and it would start displaying that frame, and you'd go back to the other part of the buffer and start work on that one. The limiting factor on a lot of this early stuff was the RAM. RAM was really expensive, especially fast RAM that this had to be to keep up with the refresh rate of your display. So we knew how to do pretty good graphics pretty early on. We just couldn't afford to, especially in consumer hardware. So a lot of these things like color depth and resolution, it was an engineering problem. We knew just how to do it. It's just that no one could afford many, many megabytes of memory to hold all that information. Come back. All right. We then got on to sprites. Pat mentioned in his Amiga one, sprite graphics coming through in Amigas. Sprite is a fantastic way of making something look more advanced than it is, I suppose you could say. So rather than having just the frame buffer, you can have these other little groups of pixels, and you can turn them on and off and move them around very quickly. I think Pat also mentioned blitters. That's a bit block transfer mechanism, so just reading and writing pixels very, very quickly, not doing any calculations, just suck in this group of pixels and spit it out over here. So those were two technologies that came out. The Atari 2600 had sprites, maximum of 5 on a screen at a time. Your Amigas, your Commodore 64s, these were all very sprite-oriented graphics. But if you were clever with your game design, you could do a lot of cool things with sprites and make something that was pretty fun. All sorts of things you couldn't do. You couldn't rotate, right? You couldn't deform. You couldn't sort of make them interact other than having a few, you could have transparent pixels, but other than that, it was very hard to get the sprites to interact in any meaningful way. But it powered a lot of games at the time. So how do you go beyond sprites and do some more advanced graphics? So if you've done high school linear algebra, you might remember some of these. This one is translation. Literally just add values to your x and y. This is your rotation. If you plug in some value theta of some angle that you want, and then multiply all your xy coordinates through that, it will rotate it arbitrarily. And the last one is scaling. That will just squash or amplify the size of the shape. So some really useful things. You'll notice that they're all just straightforward linear algebra. There's nothing very tricky about it. Importantly, it's a calculation you have to do over and over again, like for every single pixel, run this calculation. Which is really where graphics starts to diverge from regular computing. All right, I've already mentioned double buffers. The very, very first programmable graphics chip, the Texas Instruments TMS 3410, that came out in 1986. There is a card on the table that has one of those chips in it. Too expensive to really make an impact in the consumer market. It was essentially a quick CPU as well as a GPU, so it had some graphics things built into it, like a blitter to do quick quick movements of pixels. It could copy something like 25 million pixels a second. But it did actually get a lot of traction in arcade games. So a lot of these early 90s games used this chip as both the graphics engine and the CPU. That was that quick, it could do the whole lot. So the card out there would have been very, very expensive, having this basically an entire separate computer dedicated just to graphics. Quickly show just a little bit of this clip. This is oh no, my internet's died. All right, I won't muck around with it. It's an ad for this particular chip. It shows things like this tetrahedron. It can rotate in real time. It's got a number of other sort of shape and manipulation things that it can demonstrate. It was really quite revolutionary for 86. So that was a big step forward, but again, cost was that limiting factor. So it wasn't really able to get much traction in the market. They didn't call it a GPU, but it was the first chip that had specific instructions intended for graphics acceleration. That was probably prototype chips. That was the first commercially manufactured one, yeah. But no, they didn't use the term GPU until much later, yeah. And how do you get from there to 3D? 3D is much, much more complex than 2D, all right? It's not just working with pixels. Suddenly you've got to have a model of the world, usually vertices and points in a mesh model, and then you have a whole lot of textures that you're applying to those models to try and render these things. It's usually done in a pipeline, so you will update this model and the camera position. You will do lighting, projection effects, clipping, and then viewpoint transformations. Then there's a whole lot of post-processing effects, things like anti-aliasing and corrections of various artifacts. So a whole lot more calculation that has to be done, and a whole lot more RAM that is required to hold all of these textures and meshes. And that was really a limiting factor. So computer graphics kind of stalled in the consumer world, at least. Around the late 80s, you saw things getting smaller and a little bit quicker with the input-output, but no major changes in what they could do. The chips were just a little bit quicker than the generation before, but no great capability changes until you get into the kind of mid-90s, when suddenly compute has caught up, the cost of RAM has come down enough where 3D can start to happen in a consumer sense. So this is just an example of what shaders do. So, simple shading, complex shading makes a big difference. And this is a texture that you would have somewhere, and then you would pick that up and then lay it on top of your wire meshes and then render that onto the scene. But importantly, all of those are matrix operations, right? It's all multiplications of numbers in higher dimensions than what we were doing with the two-dimensional stuff. But 3 dimensions, this projection step here, that's all just a 3 by 3 matrix to try and convert pixels to where they should be on a 2D plane. It's camera projection stuff. It is all still matrix multiplication. It's all linear algebra. All right, so a tiny bit more theory. CPUs are general purpose by nature. They're Turing complete, meaning they can calculate any arbitrary algorithm. If you can express it in code, they can do it. But they operate on this basis that we do one step, we get the result. We do the next step, we get the result, which is necessary for some algorithms, right? This is an example of the Collatz conjecture. If anyone can solve this, does it always converge? You'll be very, very famous. It's an open problem in mathematics. But essentially all it is you take a number, if it's got a factor of 2 in it, you remove it until it doesn't have factors of 2, then you multiply it by 3 and add 1. And just do that over and over again. It's actually connected to the halting problem, which Turing proved in the early 20th century is not computable in general. We can't take an algorithm and know whether it will halt. We can't take an algorithm and know whether we can break it into parts and parallelize it, because we don't know whether bits of it will halt. at any given time. So it's actually a very difficult thing. Some algorithms are easy enough to parallelize and others are not. So this is an example of parallel execution, and I'll talk a little bit what SIMD is in a moment. Graphics by nature, because it can be cut up easily, is very parallelizable. The term in the industry we use is embarrassingly parallel, right? Because it is such a simple thing to break up, compute independently, and put back together. But not at all like a CPU, right? A CPU does not have the capacity to break things up like that. SIMD, single instruction, multiple data. This is a special type of parallel operation where not only are things happening concurrently, but it's a whole lot of data that needs exactly the same thing done to it. So that actually, it was worked on theoretically for a while, but it didn't become mainstream until the Pentium era. If anyone remembers MMX, multimedia extension, that was a big deal in the sort of mid-90s. That was the very first consumer-facing SIMD implementation. So it was where the x86 computer, which usually had to read a bit of data, perform an operation, write the result back. You could now say, I want to do this operation to this whole string of data. Don't bother looking for more instructions, just go. Just bang, 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 run through the whole lot. That was great for decompressing video and audio and things like that. It meant it was much quicker with multimedia stuff. But that's exactly what has to happen for graphics as well. So that's something that graphics chips, when they started getting into the high throughput, they're very much this SIMD structure where, I want to translate everything. I want to move it all around. And so you're just doing these matrix multiplications. You can do them very quickly in parallel. Should be a little bit quicker to save my screen. All right, so that's where GPU and CPU compute start to diverge. The focus on general purpose compute versus the focus on parallelizing and doing the same operation as quickly as you can on a whole lot of things at the same time. All right, so getting into some actual players in the game. ATI has been around for ages, started in the mid-80s in Canada. Commodore was their first big customer. They probably would have gone bust if Commodore hadn't bought a bunch of ATI chips at the time. And this guy here, the graphics solution, there is one of those out on the table. So ATI's very first card. So you can see it's a 8-bit ISA card, so it would have been for the original PC and PC clones. So they came out in '81, was the first IBM PC. People started cloning them. And the original PC had an option of a color graphics adapter or a monochrome. Monochrome was really marketed at businesses. Color was marketed for home use. This one supported Hercules, which was a better standard, gave you more colors, higher resolution. And that sort of got ATI on the board, and ATI sort of kept pace with sort of the higher end of the consumer graphics market for quite a while after that. Silicon graphics, okay. All right, I won't try that link. So you can look it up on YouTube. There's an ad for the Octane, which is the silicon graphics machine out on the table in the hall. Came out in 1997, but I'm mentioning SGI at this point. They'd been around since the early 80s. They hadn't been doing consumer stuff. They'd been big end of town. So where money was not an issue, you could do a lot better because, as I said, the large constraint around consumer stuff was just the cost of the RAM and the stuff you needed to do the graphics. So if cost was not such an issue, you could do a lot better. So SGI made their money by staying quite a bit ahead of consumer graphics, and if you were a business willing to pay for it, there's a couple of interviews with people like Steve Jobs, who was at Pixar at the time. They were using these almost exclusively. So Toy Story 2 was made on an Octane, or a whole lot of Octanes. The Matrix, that sort of stuff where high-end graphics was important. Octane is generally considered the last relevant silicon graphics machine. After that, there was the Tesro released in about 2002 or 3, but by then NVIDIA and the other consumer graphics cards had caught up, and they did not have an edge anymore. No one was willing to pay 10 times what the market was asking for consumer hardware for something that basically was the same. So yeah, by 2009 SGI was gone and wrapped up, but well before that they stopped being a major player. The Octane probably retailed for the equivalent of about $100,000, so no expense spared. It was all custom except for the SCSI hard drive, the Ultra SCSI. Custom RAM, so made just for this to be as fast as possible. No other RAM is compatible. Custom graphics cards, custom motherboard, custom bus. The model out there has a dual MIPS CPUs in it, running 300 megahertz. The top spec ones came with 8 gigs of RAM in '97, right? You can still buy laptops with 8 gigs of RAM now. It was way, way ahead of its time. What's left from SGI? They gave us OpenGL, so that was one of their graphics standards that they developed. And InfiniBand was a sort of server-to-server high bandwidth connection that they developed as well. That's still around in the server industry. But other than that, SGI is just a thing of the past that enthusiasts care about. All right, 3DFX comes after SGI because the people that started it were ex-SGI. So SGI was out there targeting the big end of town, and people were starting to get a sense in the early 90s that maybe consumers are ready for graphics, maybe the technology's caught up to a point where we can do this. So 3DFX, 1994 California, we had 3 people leave SGI and start 3DFX and try and bring their chip designs into a cheaper consumer package. They managed to get a card out. This is a Diamond Voodoo 1. There's an example out on the table there. A real game changer in consumer graphics. This was a massive, massive shift in what a PC could do. All it did was 3D though, so you can see you've got 2 ports here. One is video in, so you still needed a regular video card that you would boot off and run your operating system on. And then you would feed that out into this card, and then you'd plug your monitor into the other port of this card. And when it detected you were doing a 3D thing, it would do the 3D part. If you're doing it in a window, it would overlay it. And if you were doing full screen, it would just switch off the video input from the 2D, take over and run 3D, and as soon as you closed your game, it would swap back, right? So a great way of taking, say, a Pentium 1 and making it a whole lot quicker, but kind of inconvenient as well. You know, you needed 2 cards in your machine. So it was never going to be the long-term solution, but they were very much the market leaders. So they had proper 3D acceleration. They had their own interface, which was called the Glide API. And they did really well initially, but they weren't the only ones, right? Everyone else kind of saw the graphics writing on the wall. So there's something like 70 startups that appear in Silicon Valley alone in these couple of years, 94, 95, 96, all doing graphics for consumer PCs, right? So pretty tough competition. Most never got onto the market at all. They fizzled out pretty quickly. 3DFX did all right and was very much in the lead for a couple of years, but by 2000 they're bankrupt. NVIDIA caught them, ATI caught them, and they didn't compete. So one thing that did stick around for a long time, though, they invented SLI, so that multi-card interface where you could have, this one didn't, but later Voodoo cards, you could have 2 cards that would do alternate frames, so you'd get almost double the frame rate out of 2 cards. That was the bee's knees of 3D performance in 96, 97. But NVIDIA took that when they bought the remains of the company, and that appeared in some of the GeForce cards, and then that eventually evolved into NVLink, which is now very much part of the AI revolution. The limits of what you can do on one card are quite significant, but if you can chain an arbitrary number of cards together, and we're talking about hundreds of GPUs to train something like ChatGPT, then you can parallelize in a way that you just can't do on a single card. So that's like a next degree parallelism, not just doing things in parallel on the same machine, but coordinating across an arbitrary number of hosts, scaling right out. All right, 3DFX, NVIDIA. All right, the elephant in the room. I find it interesting that if you put NVIDIA into Google, this is what comes up. They are now badging themselves as the world leader in AI. I'm going to always think of them as a graphics company, but their money's coming from AI these days. That's what's paying for them to be as big as they are. All right, so founded in '93, Jensen Huang you would have seen. Chris and Curtis founded as well, but were much quieter and less fond of the camera. But these guys all came from previous companies as well and took a lot of that big end of town knowledge. So Sun Microsystems and IBM had all been working on sort of graphics chips as well. So a lot of that went into NVIDIA's design. They're now the most valuable company in the world. First ever company hit $4 trillion market capitalization. So big dollars. But they nearly didn't get there. So NV1 was the very first card they built. They're incredibly rare, so I don't own one, but if anyone wants to buy me one, that's fine. They're rare because they were very unpopular. They didn't sell many. They made this NV1 chip trying to sell it to Sega, and Sega at the time was going down this path of, rather than triangles, which is kind of the standard we use these days, quadrilaterals, so four-pointed shapes that they were using to render their 3D meshes. So they really were trying to get this onto the Sega Dreamcast project, and they were very close, but they ultimately Sega decided to go with another company, and that very nearly sunk NVIDIA. NVIDIA was down to less than a month's worth of payroll cash left in the bank. Sega, the president of Sega, did like NVIDIA though. He was kind of impressed, so he said, we'll invest a little bit. So he threw $5 million into NVIDIA, and that kept them afloat for a few more months. But it was tough times. They sacked 60% of their workforce, went down to about 40 employees from about 100, and they went into this last-ditch effort to make another card. The card was the Riva 128. There is an example out there. And it was very popular. It sold very well, and it competed very well with 3FX and other companies of the time. And that put them back on the map. That got them solvent, and they started to produce a profit from there. I won't go through all of the NVIDIA generations, but from the TNT onwards, up until the first ray tracing card, there is one of every generation out on the table, so have a look. There's some notes about what gets introduced each time. A lot of it is improving graphics quality. Some of it's improving graphics performance. So it's things like introducing anti-aliasing in hardware acceleration, textures, all kinds of things. If you're interested in what texture acceleration looks like, have a go of the Octane. It was about the first to have proper texture acceleration on a graphics card. So that was the SGI from '97. There is a demo where you can poke an image and it will ripple and stretch and morph. That was years away from being available on any of the NVIDIA cards, which came along a few years later. All right. The GeForce 8 series was kind of unremarkable at the time in that it was an increment on the 7 series. It was a bit quicker, but one of the architectural changes they made was to take, we talked about pipelines before, so they originally had separate pipelines for pixels and for textures and for shading and lighting. And they came up with this idea of, why don't we make a generic kind of linear algebra engine that can do all these different kinds of shading and pipeline effects, and we'll just make it a generalized thing. And they called it the Compute Unified Device Architecture. And the reason was just to simplify things and make it a little bit more flexible in terms of the graphics they were doing. It turned out to be very fortuitous that they'd done that. CUDA is now the foundational platform on which most AI runs. It's been hugely disruptive to the machine learning industry. So 8800, all they said was, hey, we've unified some stuff. It's a little bit easier to program now. It's a little bit nicer for the developers of games to work with. A few generations later, like by the sort of 2080, you're starting to see enough RAM on graphics cards to drive some really serious machine learning workloads. And by the sort of 600 series, they're actually starting to market their graphics cards as machine learning capable as well. And that's kind of where you're starting to get plans for doing Teslas and data center GPUs and things like that coming out. But this one was has been signed by Jensen Huang, the first CUDA GPU. That would have been signed much, much later because no one really cared about CUDA that much when it happened. It's only in hindsight that everyone's gone, oh yeah, that was a pretty clever thing that they did right there. All right, so a lot of preamble. How does it relate to AI? So I mentioned that most of the graphics operations boil down to matrix operations. They're highly parallel, and they're something that you can do a whole lot of at the same time by just cutting it up and pushing it through. So CUDA cores that you'll hear a lot about in graphics cards, they're much simpler than a CPU core, right? They can't do fancy logarithmic calculus stuff. They can do multiplication and addition and a couple of other transformations, but they're not general purpose, right? You try and get a program like, I don't know, Microsoft Word, you can't run it on a GPU, right? It's just not general purpose enough to do interrupts and interactive stuff with a human. But what they are good at is, here's a bunch of data, here's an operation, break it up over 1,000 CUDA cores and just do it real quick. So if you can take a problem in something like AI and express it as a matrix, then all those things apply as well. You can break it up into small bits, you can stick it on a GPU, and you can parallelize it, and it will be fast. It's all just happening independently, and then you might have a layer right at the end that is wrapping things back together and producing what seems like a coherent output, but everything was happening in parallel before it. So how do you express something like text? Or, well, actually, so this is the earlier sort of machine learning that got onto graphics, was computer vision. So, you know, how do you detect numbers automatically, etc.? These used a technique called convolutions, which is actually matrices, and each matrix would be looking for a little pattern, maybe a curve or a line or an edge, and you'd have hundreds of them, and they just scan through the image looking for each of these features. Again, it's all just matrix multiplication. So convolutions worked super well on graphics cards because the operation is so similar to graphics operations, and it's in fact very similar to 2D operations. So that worked really, really well, and this was the first kind of major breakthrough in the computer vision space, was to get some of these things recognized. By the time we hit AlexNet, which is early 2010s, we're hitting human level recognition performance in computer vision. So it worked very, very well, and natural language was miles behind, right? It was just a much, much harder problem, and one of the challenges that happened with natural language, it was just harder to find a way to express it as a matrix. The early natural language models would take in one word at a time, and they would be these very, very dense networks that you could express them as a matrix on a single card, but you couldn't break them over multiple cards because there was so much information from each step that had to go into the next step. So you couldn't break it over 2 GPUs. You couldn't break it over 2 computers. You had to have it all just running on one thing. So that really, really lagged behind. There was a couple of breakthroughs. The first was this idea of embedding. So this paper called Word to Vec from about 10 years ago. This was a really seminal breakthrough paper in how can you take natural language and express it as numbers in a meaningful way. And what it did is it learnt what's called a latent space, or an embedding space, which is really just a whole lot of numbers. This initial paper did it in a space of 50 dimensions, and they trained a model to pick up words and find a meaningful spot in this space that related to all the other words around it. And those relationships had meaning. So the vector, if you got the point of king and worked out what the vector from king to queen was, it's the same vector that related man and woman, the same vector that related waiter and waitress, right? There was a direction and a distance in this space that corresponded to gender translation. Same thing for verb tense. They found a bunch of verbs of different tenses and compared the distance and direction of the verb pairs in their space and found that there was this very, very strong correlation that they could predict where a word would be based on just applying these vector operations. And country capital relations, all sorts of things. There was heaps and heaps of different relationships that started to emerge in this embedded space. This was huge. This was a great way of taking natural language, putting it into a space that actually could be represented as a matrix, and now suddenly we can work with it. Now we know how to parallelize. Now we know how to do matrix operations to deal with words in this space in a meaningful way. So I won't go into this one in great detail, but as these models have gotten bigger and bigger, that idea has just basically scaled up. So one of the things that a lot of these large language models do is they can vectorize big blocks of text, and then they can store it in a vector database, and then they can just retrieve it and then use it. So the idea of an embedding space can generalize way beyond just words. You can grab a whole lot of text and just put it in a space, usually very high dimensions. We're talking thousands now for if you want to represent a block of text in dimensional space. But you can find a spot in that space where it lives nearby other bits of text that relate to it. Super powerful technique. And I promised I'd get to language models. So I said the early natural language stuff that we were trying to do with AI, it was really bound by these dense networks that did not work very well across multiple GPUs, did not work well across multiple anythings. The transformer model came out, and there was two massive innovations, right? So it was using the embedding space. So tokens are literally just a number. So ChatGPT uses a dictionary of about 50,000 tokens, just says this word has this token. It's just a serial number. So that just numbers the words 1 to 50,000. Not very meaningful, but then those tokens go through this embedding process and get turned into a vector. GPT-2 uses 768 dimensions, so suddenly each word is a point in 700 dimensional space, and that's what gets fed into the network, and it goes from there. The big innovation, well, two big innovations. The first was that instead of one word at a time, transformer models take an entire block of text at once and the whole lot in parallel. So GPT-2 will take 300 tokens. I don't know what GPT-4 takes because they don't publish the great details of it. But the entire block of tokens, and then they just multiply through the whole transformer model. But these transformer blocks here, it says 12 times, they're basically independent. So you can pick a transformer block up and stick it on a separate GPU. They don't need to talk to each other the whole time. They can sit and just work independently in parallel and then combine the results right at the end. That meant that instead of a language model being stuck on a single GPU, you could scale out to 8 GPUs on the same PC if you wanted to, or you can use a high-speed interlink like NVIDIA NVLink that they bought off 3DFX to scale out to multiple machines. So now suddenly you've got hundreds of GPUs all working on the same problem, and language is so complex that we just need so much data and so much compute to actually make sense of it. But suddenly we've hit that point where it's scaled up to the level where the patterns do pop out, and suddenly these models can understand language. So these very high-end data center chips, they have lots of CUDA cores, but CUDA cores are just pixel pipelines, really. All they're doing is matrix operations. They've got lots of RAM. They're really just the same as these older GPUs. They're just so much bigger and faster. But all really because they just said, let's just make it a little bit more flexible. Let's just allow arbitrary matrix multiplications and programmable pipelines. And suddenly, with the invention of the transformer model, Bob's your uncle, you've got language models. All right, I think that's the end. All right, that was a lot. Questions?
Do you feel that there was the grand plan, or they just kind of fell into that?
I'm absolutely certain it was accidental. Yeah, there's no way they could have seen back in the, GeForce 8 generation that these would have any meaningful use outside of computer graphics. I mean, it was years afterwards when they were still sort of seeing machine learning as this tiny little niche thing that was kind of fun to have on the side, but yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was a funny thing. Not sure about that. So AMD did not make it general purpose enough. So they started to unify some of their pipelines, but they didn't make, so CUDA was a programming interface as well as a hardware change that allowed essentially programs to just compile these arbitrary sets of instructions that could go through the pipelines. AMD unified some stuff, but didn't quite get there in time, and like they were looking at CUDA for years going, it's a lot of work for little gain because there's so little money in machine learning, right? It was just academics. So yeah, they didn't really invest until it was too late, and by then NVIDIA had got a stranglehold on the market and was years ahead of them.
So do you think they would have had to invent that whole matrix processor system if it wasn't around?
It's interesting. So the theory behind how to do this, a lot of it was developed in the 80s, right? So it wasn't until hardware was fast enough. The transformer model is more recent, but neural nets have been around for a long time. It's just that
But
the hardware didn't catch up.
Reinvent that?
It's really hard to find money for something that's just theoretical that you haven't proven works. So I think the money that was in the graphics market that pushed the development far enough, fast enough that you could then repurpose it made a big difference. It was probably going to be a long, long time before venture capital stumped up enough money to actually get the hardware to where it needed to be without computer graphics driving that. Yeah. Like if you think even today's CPUs, it would be impossible to do what we're doing with machine learning without the GPUs. So had computer graphics just not taken off, or if it had gone off in an unusual direction that didn't support more flexible use. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So no, I think it was part good luck, part just made sense to generalize some things at certain points, and then people took advantage of that at the right time. So there's a lot of research into analog neural nets. The idea being that maybe you can do things with a lot lower power rather than crunching every single number explicitly. Maybe you can have a smoother analog process that will achieve the same thing. It's years behind what the direct digital approach is. There's some proofs of concept. People are doing it with light. People are doing it with heat. People are doing it with what's the other sort? Biology, like sort of electrical potential in cells in a petri dish. There's a whole lot of different ways of. Possibly, yeah. But the fact that graphic computation went so far so quickly has just meant all these other methods are so far behind. It's going to be. They might be better. We won't know for years. And the things we've got work really well. People are making money, so willing to throw a lot of money at it to continue. Yeah. Cool. Cheers. Well, thanks for coming along and staying awake. Yeah, and do have a look at the cards on the corner as you go back through the hall. You'll see a few of the ones I mentioned in here.
There's a Substack called Chip Letter. Are you onto that?
No, what's that one about?
You really want to look that one up.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Chip Letter it's called.
On Reddit? Oh, it's on Substack. Okay, cool.
He goes, I don't know, he writes under don't know what ship that is.
It's the Salaka from Aliens.
And then the rest of the
Hello.
Okay.
You right?
Yes, it is. It's the piping heating.
Okay, I think we'll start. So, I'm just going to talk about how I got into retro computing, why, and why others shouldn't. It's a cautionary tale. That's why it's the descent. Who am I? I'm nobody really. I'm just a guy. I grew up, I'm almost 60 now, so I grew up in the 70s and 80s and was suckered into computing by all the advertising. I'm sure some of you remember the Commodore 64s and the Sinclair ZX80s and that sort of stuff here in Australia, the Micro Bs. I've been an electronics enthusiast since teens. My father built me a nice little shed in the backyard where I set up a workbench and had soldering irons and tried making my own PCBs and all that sort of stuff. Been around that way for a long time. And while I did an apprenticeship as a Sparky and trained as a technician in my early years, I fell into IT. About halfway through my technical traineeship, I was asked if I'd like to join the Central Computer Project for the Snowy Mountains Authority. So when they were just starting to use computers in the 80s. And from then on, IT has been essentially my career, right up until present day where I'm a private cloud engineer, whatever that means. Mainly just Linux stuff. Plus I've become a grumpy old fart on the way. Just ask my daughters. Why am I doing this talk? Well, I was stupid enough to put my hand up when someone asked anyone to do a talk. I had no idea what I was going to talk about. What I did eventually come up with was why I am into retro computing and the pleasures and pains and pitfalls of being a retro computing enthusiast. Plus, I want to show that even though it's painful sometimes and expensive and annoying, pretty much anybody can do this. It's not something which is set aside for the great and genius people. Anybody can do this stuff if they just put their mind to it. When did I start in retro computing? Well, back in 1986, but when did I get back into it as a hobby? It was 2019. And it was a desire to relive a very small part of my life. When I remembered the joy I got learning how to program a computer using machine code using a HP 5036 over at Bruce TAFE, which is a microprocessor trainer. And I thought, I'd like one of them. I'll go up on eBay and have a look. And oh my God, it blew me away. Over $1,200 was the average price for a HP 5036A. And so that's what it looks like there. So I thought to myself, there's no way I'm going to pay that, but I still want to relive the experience of doing machine language programming of a processor. I did it used one of the 5036As at Bruce TAFE as a part of my associate diploma. The Snow Mountains Authority had one. I have no idea why they bought one. They just had one shoved away in a store somewhere. And I remember grabbing it and using it to do my homework for the associate diploma. But the prices on eBay were just ridiculous. And this is 2019, this is 6 years ago. They're just as bad now. I did a quick look last night. Cheapest one I could find was 1,200 Aussie dollars for one. While I was searching, I thought, well, okay, if I'm not going to be able to afford one of them, what else can I get in regards to a microprocessor trainer? So I did a search and came across a Tech 1D PCB that Ben Grimmett, which I hope everyone knows. You've heard of Ben Venn. Lives just outside of Goulburn. Really nice bloke. He had a bunch of boards for the TEC1D up for sale. I thought that'd be cool. I could build my own and get back into electronics. It had been well over 20 years since I last touched a soldering iron. So I thought, great idea, I'll get one. At the same time, it was actually Ben who pushed me towards the Facebook groups. And it's amazing the number of Facebook groups out there that cover retro computing. I'm sure I hope you all have seen some of them, at least. There's one specifically for the TEC1D, which is quite a good one. It's actually been made, or actually has members from the original team who designed and sold the TEC back in 1986, I think it was. It showed up in an Australian electronics magazine. I also stumbled across a couple of the YouTube greats like 8-Bit Guy and Adrian and well, later on, Lurch. But at the same time, a friend of mine, who is a Kiwi, I was expounding the virtues of some of the YouTube channels worth watching, and Tim, a mate of mine at work, said, I've got an old couple of computers you can have for $50 if you want them. I've got an Apple IIc and a classic Mac. He said, yours for $100 both. I said, oh, that's cool, I can actually have a look at it. He said, there's a problem with the Apple IIc, there's a monitor. When you powered it on, all you got was a very thin line in the centre of the screen, which was obviously the horizontal driver. So this threw me back into the old days of fault finding and tearing things apart, which was 20 years prior. And I decided to pull the monitor apart and actually replace the driver myself. It was just a transition. It turns out they're still available, or equivalents are still available, you could buy. So I pulled it apart. I decided to recap it at the same time because there was obviously leaky caps. And it is the worst thing I've ever worked on. They're a little 9-inch CRT, and there is no room inside the case. None at all. It took me weeks. First go at doing this sort of thing, took me weeks to get it to the point where it worked again. And the standard, the guy who sold it to me gave me the stand for the monitor, but it was in bits. There was bits missing, and he gave me a terribly printed 3D part, which I decided to remodel later on to get the stand to work properly, which I did eventually, but took me months before I got there. The Apple IIc itself sort of worked, but as you saw there, it's telling me that there's one RAM chip that's dead. So I had to replace a couple of RAM chips, as it turned out. They were, if you know anything about the old RAM, they were actually MT RAM chips, and terrible. Since then, I've actually replaced half of them in the last 4 years. I've actually had to go back in and replace more and more. And it was the first time I decided to try retrobrighting. Now, retrobrighting, the way I did it back then for that particular one, took days because it was in a tub out in the front yard, middle of winter with winter sun. It was terrible. Eventually did get it working though, and it did look pretty good once I'd finished. The reason I was keen on the Apple IIc is because my father had one back in 1994, I think he bought it. And I remember sitting down playing with that for hours. So I thought I'd get myself a IIc and get it working. I did eventually, as I said, I got it working. The Mac Classic, however, was a massive fail. I did a recap on it, which didn't fix the RAM issue because I was getting the jail bars whenever I powered it on. Well, actually, about half the time I powered it on, I'd get the jail bar screen. So I did reflows of RAM and eventually ended up killing it because at the time it was the first time I tried doing any sort of surface-mounted work on a motherboard, and I ended up dying. It ended up dead. But fortunately, about a year later, Jason Lurch happened to come across an estate sale with a whole bunch of Mac Classic 2 logic boards. He gave me one, I recapped it, cleaned it up, put it in the Classic case, and now I've got a stealth Mac Classic 2, and it works quite well. Now, as a part of the entire retro computing hobby that I've taken up, there's the fight in my mind between building computers and restoring them. Now, a lot of people won't consider things like the Otter X as retro computing, but I do, because it's built and designed with the idea of the 8-bit computers of the 80s as at its heart. The Otter X, which is actually a Commander X16 compatible kit that you can actually buy and build yourself, which is the one thing which, pissed me off about the 8-bit guy's bloody Commander X. When he originally mentioned it, he talked about buying kits. You cannot buy a kit for a Commander X16. They don't sell them. They only sell completed ones. But Otter X, if you see it up on Tindy, it's worth buying. It is really cool, and it's 100% compatible. It was actually designed by one of the original Commander X16 designers. The community on Discord for it is very good. So I bought it and built it. It was cool. Mainly because of the history. There's other things like, I'll discuss the A500++ later. Collecting. Now, initially, the collection that I started to build was primarily because it was fun, looking back at the old computers and messing around, but primarily it started out at doing that, but it became a sort of addiction. I've now got a collection which is way too big, and I really do have to cull it. But the reasons for collecting the items changed over the last few years. I initially decided I was only going to collect computers that had significant part in my history. But as it went on, I just started collecting for collecting reason, or for collecting in itself, which is a bad thing, because you end up spending hundreds of, well, not hundreds of thousands, but thousands of dollars, and you end up with computers you never turn on. And that's the biggest disappointment, because you go out and you grab these machines, the three machines there, the Colour Classic, the SC and the Apple IIc, that's the 2C that I originally got from my workmate. The Colour Classic I managed to pick up for about $90. And the lady I bought it off said, oh, it doesn't work. When I got it home, I realised the reason it didn't work is because she didn't have a keyboard. You can only turn those things on with the keyboard. I recapped it. I ended up one of the resistors on the analog board decided to burst into flames, which was really useful. The SC I bought off a friend, Ben actually. Bought the SC off Ben for the same reason. The reason I bought the SC30 is because I had one in the early noughties that I actually ran FreeBSD on, OpenBSD, and it was my DNS server at home. But yeah, I decided to collect that. I've sold both of them just recently because, as I said, I've got way too much stuff and it has to go. And I enjoy the process. I like tearing them apart and trying to figure out what's wrong with them and getting them to work again. As I said, I've got way too many. I'm spending a butt ton of money each month for a storage shed in Hume that has about 2/3 of my collection in it, sitting there collecting dust. So keep that in mind if you decide to get into collecting. I mean, I can't use them all. Not at the same time, doesn't help. So I'm going to have to cull them. And I have already started to sell some. There's some I'm giving away because they were given to me. And I've got to try and figure out how to get rid of them. As I said, some were given to me, so they're the ones I'm going to give away to people who might want to look after them or get them working, because I've still got a bunch which don't currently work. But the ones I do want to keep have the most meaning to me and are a distinct part of my history. Now, the important restorations. These are machines I am going to keep. Well, actually, versions of them I'm going to keep because they have significance in my history. The first one is the Apple IIe. Now, that's a photo of the IIe Platinum that I restored. I do actually have a IIe that I bought off Lurch just recently because I had to sell the Platinum a couple of years back. The reason being is the very first time I touched a computer, it was a IIe at high school in an extracurricular class run by the maths department. They were teaching BASIC. They had two of the IIes. They had one in the maths staff room and one in the library. So I learnt BASIC on an Apple IIe. And it was fun. That particular machine, I had to recap the power supply because it was pumping out 3.4 volts instead of 5. There was, I think, 3 RAM chips which were dead, and the case was a mess. It's another fail. I tried to retrobrite the case on that, and it came out marbled. It was a complete disaster. My brother-in-law is a panel beater and a car spray painter. So I gave it to him and said, can you respray that, colour match and respray it? And he did, and it came out absolutely beautiful. The Apple IIe logo there was actually put on by a local screen printer. I asked him, can you do this for me? And he said, yeah, I'll give it a try. And when it came out, you can't see it there, but it is slightly askew. and he refused to charge me because it was askew, which is good. Still looks great. I ended up, as I said, I sold that off a couple of years back. ZX81. Who's had a ZX81 here? Anyone? Yeah, if you have, you'll know they're the worst keyboards ever. Actually, no, the second worst. The worst is the ZX80's keyboard. But it was the very first computer I ever owned. My father bought one second hand, and I played with it, and it's great. It was fun at the time. It was a pain in the ass because it didn't have a tape unit or a cable to actually load, so it was all type it all in, play it, then turn it off. The one I've currently got was given to me. I had to do a recap, which is not exactly exhausting. There's 2 caps on there. The ULA was dead, and the ZX81 only has an RF modulator. So I also did a composite mod on it. They're relatively easy to do a composite mod. There's quite a few, people out there selling replacement boards for the RF modulator. So you just take the RF modulator off, you put the composite board on, you wire up a couple of wires, and you get a relatively decent, it's only black and white, a relatively decent composite output on them. The Amiga 1000, although when I bought mine in '86, it was just called the Amiga. And that setup there, except for the GoTech, is essentially what I bought. The 1084S, the 1000, and a 1010 external floppy drive. That's what I'm keeping because the one I got now, it's not the one I bought back in '86. The one I got now, I actually got off a local guy. What's his name again? Terrible with memory. Anyway, I bought it recently, and it required a replacement CIA, and the floppy drive just needed cleaning. Now, I paid all up for that. I paid just under $1,000. The monitor was given to me. It's good to have. This is one of the pluses about being a part of the community. You find there are a lot of contacts, and you'll find things like, that was given to me by Jason. It was given to him by, I can't remember who it was, had it sitting in his office for years and just wanted it gone. So I asked Jason, do you want it? He said, oh yeah, I'd take it. Because by the time he got it home, he realised he already had 2 1084s already there. So he asked me if I wanted one. So I grabbed it. It's a beautiful setup. It works. I bought a Pasero for it, which is a hard drive and ROM emulator, which allows you to you plug it into the actual expansion slot, and it will boot any of the workbenches that are out there now directly. You don't need a kickstart disk for it. You just turn it on, it'll boot up. Very nice setup. Oh yes, and all the floppies work too, by the way. The A500, back in '87, I think it was, '87, I upgraded my 1000 to an A500. And at the same time, well, shortly after, I think it was about 6 months later, I actually bought, you can't see it there, but there's an A590 hard drive. The one I bought in '87 had the full 2 megabytes of RAM, and it had a 20 megabyte SCSI hard drive in it, and it cost more than the 500 itself. It was about $500 more than the 500 package. But that one was on display over there yesterday. I packed it up, it's in my car now. That's one I am selling because I've got that, and I'll get to that soon. But I bought that off, once again, I bought that off Ben Grimmett. Cost me, I think, $150 at the time. But as you can see, the little white thing there is a reversible HDMI connection for the RGB to HDMI that's inside it. It's the only, that and a 2 meg trapdoor card, memory card, specifically so I could jack the chip RAM of that up to 1 meg, are the only modifications I made to them, and both of them are reversible. The A590, I put a blue SCSI in. I actually do have the original 40 megabyte SCSI drive, but I'm not willing to run it for any length of time because I'm sure it's going to end up dead. It works at the moment, but it's got a blue SCSI in it at the moment and it works quite well. Now, some of you probably haven't seen this. This is the HP85B. Once again, Kerry. I bought this in the 1000 off Kerry Richens, another local enthusiast. He has all sorts of stuff stashed away in containers out at his property. But I bought this one off him, and I bought this one mainly because in the late 80s and early 90s, as an electronics technician at the Snowy Mountains Authority, I actually had a task to program one of them. It's, HP call it a personal computer. It runs a very customised version of BASIC, HP's own specialised BASIC, and it's designed as a controller for test equipment. Now, the one I worked on at the Snowy Mountains Authority had a DAC, a data acquisition and control unit, plugged into it. That was out at T3 Power Station, where it had been set up to monitor the shafts on the 6 units. What they were finding was that there was lateral movement on the actual generator shafts under load. And they found that if it got too much, it had scrubbed the guide bearings on the generators out too quickly. So the guys at the Snowy thought, well, we'll get one of them in a DAC and we'll monitor and give feedback. And with that feedback, they were able to tune those particular units so they know exactly what load and what speed they could run it with minimal wear on the bearings, the guide bearings for the units. And I was given a task a couple of times to modify the software that was on it. A very cool machine. It's an all-in-one. It's got a tape unit, an industrial strength tape unit built into it. It's got a thermal printer on it. Now, the only thing I had to do with it was replace the belts on the printer, which had been totally rotted. The tape unit, if you're really interested, you can actually YouTube search for Curious Mark. He's got a whole series on the HP85, and he describes how you can fix the tape unit, but it requires a lathe. So I haven't done the tape unit fix on that. What I have bought for it is everything but the kitchen sink, which is an expansion module that plugs into the back that gives you a virtual tape drive, gives you virtual hard drives, virtual floppies, and a virtual printer too. That was more expensive than the unit itself of Kerry. But it's a great machine. It's got HPIB out the back, which is your GPIB. So you can plug test equipment. That's a multimeter currently plugged into it there. And you can do things like graph, all this sort of stuff. Very cool machine. That's what I am keeping. And of course, you've got the HP 5036A, which I eventually got. Once again, off Ben Grimmett. And for a hell of a lot less than what they were asking on eBay for. The only work I had to do on this, because it's HP, it's got amazing quality. The only work I had to do on this, I even went to recap the power supply only to find that the caps were fine. But there's little plastic hinges so you can lift the board up. One of them had broken, so I 3D printed a new one. And the case was an absolute mess. I did some history, I did some archaeology on this, and the reason it's got spray painted numbers on it, it was actually a part of the US Air Force at one stage. It's an interesting beast, really cool. By the way, it runs an 8085, and you program it using machine code. Very cool little bit of kit. So they're ones I'm going to keep. Out of my collection of the ones I've refurbished, they're the ones I'm going to keep, absolutely, because they mean a lot to me, except for the A500, but I'm about to explain why the A500 is staying. Now, I've got a lot. I built a lot of computers, mostly small, homebrew, Z80-based computers, like the Stephen Cousins little beasts and the RC 2014 and stuff like that, because I like those sort of things. Lots of them that I built. But these are the ones that really mean a lot to me, and for good reasons. The TEC 1D, that was the one that got me into this entire mess in the first place. Bought one of the boards off Ben, went through, sourced all the components, built it up and got it working. And it was so much fun, I bought a second board and built up a second one. The RC 2014 is a bit of a homebrew hero. Can't remember the name of the guy who designed it, but it's a modular Z80 homebrew computer. Yeah, that's him, yeah. Spencer Owen, that's the guy. And it's a great little kit. I mean, it's not cheap, but it has the fundamentals of computing all in it. I mean, the front of this particular board, you'll see some LED displays. That's a monitor board designed by, I'm trying to remember his name now, Scott Baker, retired guy in the US who found the RC24, loved it, and started designing his own little boards. But that's a bus monitor, so you plug it in, you can actually run it, and you can bring it down to single step, bring the clock down to single step, and you can single step through the code and see the address and data associated as you run the code. Very cool little beast. And my A500++. I first heard of this, I can't remember when it was, but RMC did a video, the Retro Man Cave did a video titled Building a New Amiga 500. And what it is, it's a motherboard that was designed by a chap in England as a replacement motherboard for all the A500 pluses that lost their life to batteries. There was a lot of people who socked their A500 pluses away and left them there, and they had NiCad batteries on them, which leaked and ruined a hell of a lot of motherboards. So, oh God, I can't even remember his name. Name's terrible. A guy in Britain sat down and reverse engineered the A500 Plus board. This was the first printed circuit board he'd ever designed himself. He built it up. The first batch that he made didn't work, so he spent a lot of money getting the boards made. The second lot he came out with, he gave one to Neil of RMC, and he built one. And when I saw that video, I said, I've got to do that. I want one of those, because I was a huge Amiga fan from way back. So I bought one of the boards, once again available up on Tindy. Then went out looking for the components. There was a BOM for the components available. I managed to get most of the components directly from Mauser, but there was a bunch of parts that could only come from an old Amiga, and there was a chap in Britain who said he'd kindly sell me the custom chips off one of his 500 pluses that had been battery damaged. So I bought them, brought them over, and I built it, and it worked almost perfectly first time I powered it on. The only thing I'd forgotten was a single ceramic bead in the audio circuit, so there was no sound coming out of it. But everything else worked just fine. And over the last four years of me owning it, I've replaced everything but the keyboard, really. The case was one of the crystal clear case special runs done by A1200 a couple of years back. The keys are off once again. A1200 Net did a key cap run, and it's currently got the RGB to HDMI in it, and it also has, what's it called? It'll come to me. The PyStorm. It's also got a PyStorm in it. So it's running essentially at the moment the equivalent of an 040 with 128 meg of RAM, and it's running Workbench 3.2 on it. And you can come down and have a look at it once the talk's over. It was so much fun building that up. It really was. Soldering took me over about 3 weeks to get it all soldered together, but it was such a joy to plug it in that first time and see the Kickstart menu pop up. Really good. Then we got the old Harlequin. This is one I stumbled across looking for computer kits. Now, I was never a specky kid. Never even touched one. I knew about them. And I came across the kit and read about the guy who reverse engineered the ULA out of the specky. I thought, that is pretty cool. So essentially what he did was reverse engineered the ULA out of the original 64K spec, 48K specky, and then redesigned it using discrete logic. So the motherboard on that is crawling with chips. They only just fit it into a standard specky case. And it was a joy to build, except during the build, I made a fuck up, and it took me months to find out what it was. I'd accidentally nicked one track. The thing had boot up, but it'd have troubles with certain interrupts. And it took me months to figure out what it was, and magnifying glass and all the rest. It was so frustrating. Eventually found it, put a bodge wire in, and it works beautifully. Now, I mean, come on, it's got a cool RGB keyboard. Not bad for a specky. One of my favourite homebrew engineers out there is Sergei Kiselev. He has designed and released about a dozen different homebrew computer kits or computer boards, as well as expansion systems and cards and all those sort of things for a whole variety of different stuff. About 4 years ago, he designed the Amiga, which is in fact an MSX2 clone that he designed himself and decided to put it out there. And I decided, well, okay, I'll give it a go. I've never tried an MSX before. And do you know what an MSX is? Yeah, you all know? Good, yeah. So I bought the boards off Tindy. Or did I buy them directly from Sergey? I can't remember now. I think it was off Tindy. And I built it up. It took me a while, but when I got it together, I had troubles troubles with the RGB output. Composite seemed to be fine, but the RGB output was all screwed up. And it was literally weeks of fucking around trying to figure out why the colour was gone, why there was terrible jail bars, all that sort of stuff. And one day I got frustrated and put it away, left it for about a month. Came back and I sat down and I started looking at the circuit, the schematic for it, and then it hit me. The Powell clock generation circuit seemed familiar to me. It was made up of a bunch of 7404. Now the circuit diagram specified HC chips, 74 HC04s. I'd actually had an LS in there. So I pulled that out and put a HC in, it made no difference. Then I remembered one of the other computers I built was a clone of the TEC called the Southern Cross. And when I originally built it, I did exactly the same thing. I put LS in the clock circuit, and it used almost identical clock circuit to the Amiga. And when I actually asked with the Southern Cross what was going on, the guy said, oh, you've got the wrong 7404s in there. You need the U variant, because the U variant's got very specific timing profile. So for the Amiga, I thought, well, I've got a couple of 74 U04s floating around from when I did the Southern Cross, and I put one in and it worked beautifully. I even had, I mentioned this, I put this up on one of the Facebook groups, and Sergey came back and said, good catch. So even he thought his circuit design was perfect, but obviously it's very borderline. Anyway, works beautifully. It's a nice MSX. I learned a lot. I built a couple of floppy controllers for it, and it's a great little machine. So, conclusion. What I like about retro computing is its simplicity. An example of that is that there. That's called the Simple 80. It's a design that came from the homebrew community. It uses 6 chips to give you a CPM machine. That runs CPM version 2 off the compact flash card, and it cost me less than $50. Very simple design, and it just works. You look at a Commodore 64, you look at the circuit diagram. If you have any background in electronics, you can work it out pretty well. Just look at Adrian Black and how well where he's come from. He didn't even know electronics before he started. He taught himself. It's not that difficult. They're a lot simpler. You look at the circuit diagram for one of the new NVIDIA graphics cards, something like the 5090. I bet no one here has a chance to figure out what the fuck it does. That's why I like retro computing. It was always simple. I mean, even you look at something like this. The instruction set for the 8085 is a couple of hundred instructions. The instruction set for something like the, I was going to say, well, even the Ryzen 7 or a Ryzen 9 is 3 times that size. So programming one of them up to read a serial communication is a lot easier than trying to program up in machine code or assembly on something like a Ryzen 7. But there is pitfalls. It's bloody expensive, or it can be bloody expensive. And this is where the community comes in. And it can take up a hell of a lot of space. As I said, I've got a storage shed full of stuff that needs to go. And some of it can be pretty esoteric too. One of my favourite computer restores I did was a SunSpark Station IPC. And it was a mess. It was total mess. It had blown tantalums. Every single electrolytic cap on the power supply had leaked badly. So much so that the printed circuit board for the power supply had actually been stained. I ended up spray painting after wire brushing the power supply's case. I ended up spray painting it, got it all working, replaced the tantalums on the motherboard, and it works. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful, tiny little bloody lunchbox size Spark station, and it works wonderfully. So it can be esoteric, but the big plus, and this is the really big plus, is the community. The community that is around. I mean, just even here in Canberra, which is, you know, small compared to places like Sydney and Melbourne, is just brilliant. You get people like Keith, you get people like Ben Grimmett and Kerry Richens, and so many wonderful guys who will help you, and also helps you with this. As I said, the first two computers I ever restored were sold to me by a buddy at work and cost me $100. Great computers, a lot of fun, a lot of learning. And there is plenty of places around on the internet that you can go for information. As I said, you look at something like Adrian's Digital Basement, you look at some of the stuff he works on, you can get a lot of information, a lot of knowledge just by watching his videos. And he's approachable too. Even though he's got thousands of bloody followers, you can still talk to him, you can shoot him an email, and he'll answer eventually. And you've got people like Lurch and Keith and all the others around here. You can bounce, issues you've got off Michael. Yeah, there's a lot of people around. The community is just wonderful, and that's what helped. It really does help you. Okay, final. My big takeaway from this is anybody can do this. Adrian Black proves that you don't need to know electronics to be able to learn it. You don't need to have an associate diploma in electronics. I mean, I've got one, but I'm bloody hopeless at electronics. I really am. I'd stumble my way through. There are plenty of places, communities, forums, YouTube channels you can go to start doing the basics. Get an old Commodore 64. Jesus Christ, they're easier to repair and fix. There is so much information about the Commodore 64s out there. You're not going to have troubles getting one of them working. You might have troubles trying to find some of the more esoteric chips, but there are replacements for the PLA. There are replacements for the VIC. There are replacements for the ROMs. And there's even people here in Canberra who can help. People like Mark. Don't ask me to pronounce his surname. The Retro channel on YouTube. He's over in Theodore. He knows Commodore 64s almost inside out. He released a video yesterday where he eventually found a nicked track was stopping this Commodore 64 from booting up. So don't be afraid. Give it a try. It's not hard. It's fun. Just keep a tight grip on your wallet because it can be really expensive. Any questions? Yes, Mike.
The second computer you described earlier, you said you nicked the track now while it wasn't working. Do you know how you nicked the track?
No, I don't. I honestly don't know how I nicked it. As I said, it took me a long time with a magnifying glass to eventually find it. It may not have been. It may have actually come out that way, but yeah. And it was a nutty one because it seemed to work. The diag ROM seemed to work most of the time. But, you know, you try and run a game or two and it'd just fail. But eventually figured it out. All the rest of the crap, yeah.
And I missed the software point. Just one. And then I was in such a hurry to commission that I just, instead of doing what I planned to do, I just dove into the parts bin, and it's mostly stable a lot of the time. And I need to get back to it. But if Randall, I can also recommend something to you. Just you know, we've got to be gentle with ourselves too when these things go sideways. They're complex systems and
They can be, yeah. And most of the time when building, I mean, I build a lot. As I said, I built a lot of computers. To me, the building is actually more fun than doing the restorations. I mean, the restorations are very satisfying to get a machine that wasn't working when it was given to you to finally actually boot up. I was given a C64 as it was, and it took me a long time to work it out, but eventually figured out there was a couple of the logic chips, a couple of the really crappy Mostech logic chips. And I replaced them and up it came and it works beautifully. But it was so much more fun building the Amiga or the Amiga and plugging them in and turning them on and seeing them boot up. A great deal of satisfaction in doing that. Any more questions? Well, cool. Yeah, yes. I didn't need any parts, thank Christ, because it would have been. There are places you can actually go to get bits and pieces. Oh, you've got one. Is it work? Looking? No, mine's working fine. And at some stage, if I ever get myself a lathe, I will attempt to get the tape unit working. Well, the biggest issue is you've got to coat it with rubber once you've turned it. Well, you then have to lathe it after you've coated it in rubber. It's the capstan. Has a rubber coating which... Yeah. The other big issue with the tape unit on the HP85 is getting the tapes. No one makes them anymore. And the ones that are out there have a tendency of delaminating. So finding, once again, Curious Mark, a couple of his videos mentions how he restores the tapes, where you can actually take the tape apart, replace the band which drives the actual reels within the actual tape. And if you do it before you try and use the tape, you can actually fix it, because what actually happens is the compound delaminates off the tape onto the band and ruins the tape completely. So there are some other special issues with the HP85. Have you tried the everything but the kitchen sink? It's really good. Look it up. Actually, there's a video Curious Mark has done on it. It's a controller expansion board which mimics all the ROMs, so it can load up any of the ROMs that were ever released. Yep, all of them. It has a virtual tape unit, it has virtual floppies and virtual hard drives. Plus, you God knows why they did this. They built a little web server into it so you can actually see what's on the screen via a web server, via a browser. It's very good, but it's so bloody expensive. I ummed and ahed a long time before spending that money. It is a really nice machine, and I started playing around with, as you saw, I took a photo with a multimeter on it and started playing around with essentially just a pot on the input of the what's-it-name and then graphing it. Yeah, nice little machine. Well, if we're finished, we're finished. Thank you very much for your time.